A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
You know he isn't home at this hour.
Well, I just called on the chance he might have been home, Mama.
Not unless he was sick.
Well, it's a very important occasion in our lives. He might have been here.
Aren't you forgetting that he knows nothing about this important occasion?
If anything were wrong with him, I would know about it.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with you.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with me. Only if David were going to have a baby, I'd know about it.
David were going to have a baby, the whole world would know about it. But I know what you mean, and David apparently is going to have a baby, only he doesn't know it yet.
That's David now, I'll bet you.
Stay where you are. I'll answer.
You will not. You'd spill the beans right off, and this is something I want to tell him myself.
I would not spill the beans, as you put it.
Well, if you're not going to answer it...
You're impossible.
Darling! Oh, it's you, Bertha.
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. Norton. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling fine.
Fritz told me.
Told you what?
That you were not feeling well.
Oh, that. I feel fine now.
It's wonderful news. I'm so happy.
I'm so happy, too. Why are you so happy?
About the baby. Hello, Mrs. Brown. I bet you're happy, too.
I don't get it. How could Fritz know? How could you know even Dr. Williams wasn't sure? He sent me to another doctor.
I bet you 20 cents.
What is this, a conspiracy? I feel a little dizzy, and Mama knows, and Fritz knows, and Bertha knows, and the medical profession says wait and see.
Oh, doctors, about babies, they have to be told. Is it not so, Mrs. Brown?
Well, it's nice to have them confirm your hunches.
You were very smart, Mrs. Norton. The spring is such a nice time to have a baby.
Very smart.
Of course, any time is a nice time. But the spring I like best.
I feel very much left out of this. As if I were a time clock or something.
Except for spring.
Mr. Norton will be so glad. Is there anything I can do?
Bertha, there is nothing the matter with me that time won't fix.
Bertha, you give me a great sense of security, knowing that at least one wise head on a very capable set of shoulders will be around my daughter.
The way you two talk, you think I wasn't old enough to have a baby.
I think you are old enough. Well, I go now. If you need me, call me.
Good night,
Thank
Bertha. You. She's a good woman.
I don't know what we'd have done without Bertha and Fritz. Mama, what is all this nonsense about doctors?
What nonsense?
Dr. Williams brought me into the world and took care of me for 18 years.
19.
All right, 19. Then when I'm going to have a baby, he suddenly doesn't know enough. Has to send me to Dr. Rowland. I think the business had suddenly got complicated in one generation.
Well, Dr. Rowland is a specialist.
But there's nothing so special about having babies. I mean, everybody does it.
Well, he seems like a good man.
A good man, good. You know, there are two kinds of people in your world, Mama. Good, and then just people.
And he's Julia's doctor. Has been for years.
Then he can't be a baby specialist. Being Julia's doctor isn't any recommendation to me. Julia's never had a baby.
Julia isn't as lucky as you are.
I am lucky, aren't I?
Very. And very remarkable.
There's one other thing I didn't like about Dr. Rowland.
One other? Well, what is it you don't like about him?
Well, he wasn't as interested or as excited about me as Dr. Williams.
Oh, well, perhaps the novelty has worn off for him. Now, you're feeling perfectly all right, aren't you?
Of course. Why?
Because I'm going to run along. I'll stop and see you first thing in the morning.
Aren't you going to stay for supper? Nice supper like I'm going to make?
I have a home, and I have food in my own icebox. And I'm not going to stay for a nice supper like you're going to make.
But at a time like this?
Particularly at a time like this. You and David are entitled to be alone. I am not going to be a mother-in-law.
You are not a mother-in-law, except legally.
And I'm not going to be one, except legally.
You sound like you just lived for the day you could unload me onto somebody else's hands.
Exactly.
Mama, how'll I tell him?
You won't have to. They'll take one look at your face and know.
What's the matter with my face?
Nothing. It just looks as if God had suddenly bent and kissed you. I'll tell David to be a good father to my grandchild.
Wait a minute, Mama, will you?
What?
Say, don't mention to David anything about my fainting this morning. He'd only worry and...
You're a nice girl. I'm glad I brought you into the world.
I'm glad you did, too. Thanks loads.
You're very welcome.
Well, hello, Mama. You just arriving?
I'm just leaving.
Oh, change your mind.
My mind's fairly made up. I have decided not to be a mother-in-law.
You two girls look like you've been up to something.
I haven't been up to anything.
Well, she wouldn't stay.
Don't you even kiss me?
You don't deserve it. Where were you all afternoon? I tried to telephone you from 4 o'clock on, but
I was out. What'd you want?
I gathered you were out. I don't know what I wanted. It wasn't very important, I guess, but when you didn't answer, I got worried.
That was nice.
It wasn't nice. Where were you?
Guess.
I know you went to the auction sale, but after that, where did you go? Say, what did the bookcase bring at the auction?
I'm not even interested in the bookcase.
Just what are you interested in at this point, may I ask?
What makes you think I'm interested in anything?
You didn't buy the bookcase back again, did you?
I didn't.
You have a funny look.
Mama said you'd see it. What kind of a look?
Very guilty.
That's not the right answer.
Come on. Out with it.
I can't come out with it. You have to guess.
Is Mama in on this, too?
Very indirectly.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you two out alone. Now, what have you bought this time?
I haven't bought anything. It was a gift.
Oh, a gift. You did go to the auction sale.
No, this was a private party. A very nice man.
Another white elephant, I suppose.
Not an elephant. You're getting close, though.
A private party, a very nice man, not an elephant. Say, what is this, 20 questions?
It shouldn't take 20.
Well, I don't feel like playing games. How much did you pay for it?
I got it on the installment plan. Payments to be made for as long as I live.
All right. Where is it?
Oh, it won't be delivered for ages.
Now, look, darling, what is all this mysterious business?
David, can't you guess?
Look, dear, I had an awfully long day. Now, stop clowning.
David, this scene is all wrong. I'm not clowning.
Darling, there's tears in your eyes. What is it?
Oh, David, it's because I'm so happy. I'm so happy I can hardly breathe.
I'm probably being very obtuse. Look, darling, begin at the beginning.
The very beginning?
No, not at the very beginning, just at the beginning.
The beginning was that I loved you, and you loved me. Now can you guess?
Darling.
Yes.
You're fooling.
I'm not.
Well, why didn't you tell me before?
I didn't know before.
You mean it all happened while I was downtown today?
Yes.
What happened?
I was a little dizzy.
Well, I'm a little dizzy, too, but that doesn't mean I'm going to become a mother.
Darling, I went to see Dr. Williams this afternoon.
And he said?
He said he didn't know.
Well, then maybe...
He sent me to another doctor, Dr. Rowland. Julia's baby doctor.
I didn't know Julia had a baby doctor. Well, what did he say?
He said, yes, it was true.
I can't believe it. Are you all right?
He said I was sound as a nut. I don't want any remarks about that either.
It's an awful temptation, but... Oh, darling, you're the sweetest nut I ever knew. This, Dr... What's his name? Is he is he a good doctor?
Yes, Dr. Williams says he's the very best. I was afraid he was going to be awfully expensive, so I asked him to quote me a rate.
To what?
To quote me a rate. Mama was awfully embarrassed.
Well, I should think she would be. Look, darling, with a baby, you just don't count the cost of things like doctors and whatnot.
That's where you're wrong. With babies, it's just where you have to begin to count the cost. There'll probably be ever so many whatnots. Anyway, it pays to be businesslike.
Yes.
Oh, he didn't seem to mind. He said he wished more patients would be that direct.
Yes.
I could see that he kind of had Julia in the back of his mind, being my sister-in-law and everything. And, you know, that wouldn't have been fair. I mean, for us to pay the penalty for Julia and Hartley being rich. Would it?
I am waiting. Sooner or later, you will come to the point.
So I mentioned that we'd be throwing a whole lot of business his way, what with all the children we'll be having. And
one at a time, please.
I went into that, too.
Into what?
Into twins. It'll be the same price, $300.
That's not much.
You multiply that by 6, and it's an awful lot.
Oh, I forgot. 6 is a big number. Say, this calls for a celebration. What would you like to do? Shall we go out someplace for dinner? Would you rather we stayed home? Just the two of us?
Mm-hmm. Who are you going to telephone?
I've got a call to make. Hello? Hello? Yes, it's I. Now, I want you to listen to what I have to say. I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, you sound so manly. Is that Kelly you're talking to?
I am not talking to Kelly. I'm talking to your mother. Yes, that's what I said, Mrs. Brown. A very large bone to pick. What are you, an unnatural mother? Your daughter is going to have a baby, and you run gaily off without a thought in the world. A wolf wouldn't do a thing like that. No, and a duck wouldn't either.
You're always zoological about Mama.
So, you don't want to be a mother-in-law. Well, that's just too bad. This is one son-in-law who won't let you evade his responsibilities. No, I say Figaro to your lamb chop. I say throw it back in your icebox and come over here and have supper with us. What do you think we want with you? We're going to spend the evening alone, the three of us. Goodbye and hurry along, Grandma. Now, I gave her a piece of my mind. Doesn't want to be a mother-in-law, doesn't she? I'll learn her.
Darling.
What?
You know, our baby is going to have the sweetest, the most understanding, the kindest, the gentlest, the most wonderful father a baby ever had. I was smart to have picked him out.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. When Dad and Brother want a breather in the course of the day's work, they stop at the familiar red cooler and have an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Then they work refreshed. Why don't you follow their example? Keep plenty of Coke on ice and stop during housework to open an ice-cold bottle. No reason why you shouldn't enjoy the pause that refreshes, too. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Jack Benny program.
Sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir.
Of course. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
If you were present at the tobacco markets now open in the South, you could see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
And this finer, lighter, naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
From the U.S. Naval Hospital at Corona, we bring you the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our new singer, Larry Stevens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, one of America's great naval heroes, Captain James Lawrence, once said, "Don't give up the ship." So now we bring you a man who wouldn't give up anything, Jack Benny!
Yep. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was a very clever introduction, except for one thing. It just so happens that it wasn't Captain James Lawrence who said, "Don't give up the ship." It was John Paul Jones.
Oh, no, Jack. You're wrong. It was Captain James Lawrence.
No, Don, no. Look, Captain Lawrence said, "Don't shoot until they make eyes at you." And it was John Paul Jones who said, "Don't give up the ship."
It was Captain James Lawrence.
It was John Paul Jones, and I ought to know because I'm an old Navy man myself.
Say, that's right, Jack. You were in the Navy during the last war, weren't you?
No, not only was I in the Navy, but wherever there was any fighting going on, Benny was right in the thick of it. I'm right in there every minute.
Really, Jack? Where were you?
At Great Lakes. What a place.
But, Jack, Great Lakes is in Illinois, and that was 4,500 miles away from enemy action. So how could there have been any fighting?
How could there have been any fighting, Don? There were 20,000 sailors and only 12 girls. It was almost as bad as being stationed at Corona. After 6 o'clock.
Say, Jack.
On a rainy night.
Say, Jack.
When you're flat broke.
Say, Jack.
And no matter where you go, you're followed by a smooch patrol.
Smooch patrol? What's that?
I don't know, but whenever you're having any fun, they break it up. The old meanies. Anyway, let's... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Say, you got a nice reception there, Mary.
Why not? These boys know a trim craft when they see one.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mary. That's pretty egotistical. My goodness, you think you were Betty Grable or somebody.
Look, Jack, as long as Betty Grable is in Hollywood, I'm somebody here.
You're right at that, Mary. See, they agree with you. You're right at that, Mary. You really look nice today in that new outfit you're wearing, but that material's kind of thin, isn't it?
Well, it's supposed to be, Jack. This is what you call a peekaboo blouse.
A peekaboo blouse? First one I've ever seen with a Venetian blind. Peekaboo.
Jack, that's lace.
Lace?
You know, like the kind you've got on your shawl.
Oh, yes, it is. But, Mary, you didn't have to mention my shawl here. You know, I only wear it around the house.
I know.
What are you laughing at?
Every time you sit in a rocking chair, you look like Whistler's mother.
Mary, when you're knitting socks for the boys in the service, you don't care how you look. So there.
Say, Jack, you mind if I ask Mary a question?
No, Don, go ahead.
Well, you see, Mary, Jack and I were having a little discussion.
Oh, Don, don't be such a hard loser.
What's the matter? What's it all about?
Mary, tell Don who it was that said, don't give up the ship.
Admiral Farragut.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Mary, Admiral Farragut said, full speed ahead and oh fudge to the torpedo. So there.
Admiral Farragut said, oh, fudge?
He had to be careful. There was a smooch patrol behind him. Anyway, Mary, it was John Paul Jones who said, don't give up the ship.
No, Jack. John Paul Jones said we have just begun to fight.
Don, let's not argue about it. We're up here at the Corona Naval Hospital, so let's do a good show, because after...
Mr. Benny, call surgery. Mr. Benny, call surgery.
Hey, Mary, that's me.
Mr. Benny, call surgery.
Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Mr. Benny, are you still looking for a singer for your program?
No, I'm not. Who is this?
Joe Surgery. Bye.
Jack, who was that?
Joe Surgery, a kid I used to go to school with in Waukegan. Now, let's see. Where were we before we...
Jack, here comes your new singer, Larry Stevens.
Oh, yes. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Larry, this is your third week on our program. How do you like it?
Swell, Mr. Benny. And I'm even going to change my name like you told me to.
Wait a minute. Larry Stevens is a nice name.
It is, Mary, but it's too short to be impressive. It should be longer, like John Charles Thomas.
Mr. Benny's right. That's why I'm taking his advice and changing my name to Larry Stevens Milton Frank Tibbet.
Larry Stevens Milton Frank Tibbet, but that's too long.
Well, Mr. Benny said it would be all right if I just used my initials, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
But, Larry, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
What?
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Gee, and Mr. Benny told me LSMFT stands for Larry Stevens Makes Fine Tunes.
All right, Jack Benny, did you tell Larry that?
Well...
Oh, Miss Livingston, don't be angry at Mr. Benny. He's helped me a lot. He even told me how to breathe when I sing.
He did?
Yes, he told me to be free and easy on the draw.
That's right. Now, Larry, how about doing a song for the boys right now?
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Oh, just a minute, kid. Look it. You studied history in school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to ask you a question. I just had an argument with Don Wilson, and you can settle it once and for all. Tell me, Larry, who was it that said, don't give up the ship? Was it Captain James Lawrence or John Paul Jones?
Captain James Lawrence.
What?
John Paul Jones.
There you are, Wilson. That ought to hold you. Go ahead and sing, kid.
Every morning until without a warning you arrive bringing heaven to my door. It's the dawning that I've waited for. What a difference a day made, 24 little hours. The sun and the flowers where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear. Since you said you were mine. What a difference a day made. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss. It's heaven when you find romance on your lips. What a difference a day makes, and the difference is you. Cuando vuelva a tu lado y esté sola contigo, las cosas que te digo no repitas jamás por compasión. It's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day makes, and the difference is you.
What a Difference a Day Made, sung by Larry Stevens. And very good, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Say, Larry, aren't you thrilled being here today and singing for all these sailors?
I sure am. And say, Mr. Benny, didn't you tell me that you were a hero during the last war?
A hero? Oh, did I mention that to you, kid?
Mention it? You had him down with your knee in his chest.
Mary, stop making things up. Yes, Larry, I was quite a hero. In fact, these boys would have been mighty proud of me in 1917. You know, I saw plenty of action.
Some action. You joined the Navy, went to bed, fell out of your hammock, and when you came to, the war was over.
Well, those hammocks are pretty tough to sleep in. I wonder why they always hung mine where the lifeboat was supposed to be. Oh, say, Mary, I meant to ask you, did you see Larry Adler when you came in?
Larry Adler? No, why?
Well, he promised to come over today and play his harmonica for the boys. He ought to be here pretty soon.
Well, Jack, when Adler gets here, you ask him what naval hero said, don't give up the ship.
Don, look, I don't have to ask anybody. It was John Paul Jones.
But, Jack!
Oh, for heaven's sake.
If John Paul Jones said, don't give up the ship, then who said, we've just begun to fight?
The Republicans. That's who.
Oh, Jack, you're just trying to get out of it.
I am not, Mary. Now, I know every famous saying in history and who said it.
All right, Jack, then tell me who said, give me liberty or give me death.
When I went to school, I was good in history. You know that, Mary? I knew everything there was to know about it.
All right, Jack, then tell me who said, give me liberty or give me death.
The smartest kid in school, too. You know, Mary, I knew more about history than any kid in my class. There wasn't a thing...
Then for heaven's sakes, tell me who said, give me liberty or give me death.
I don't know. He must have said it after I left school. I can drive you nuts, you know. Now, look, let's drop the whole thing, will you, fellas?
All right, but it was Patrick Henry who said that.
As if I didn't know. And I still say it was John Paul Jones who said, don't give up the ship. He said it in 1812 in the latter part of December.
Morning or afternoon?
Never mind. Anyway, we didn't come up to this naval hospital just to argue.
Hello, Jackson. Hiya, fellas.
Phil, what happened to those big entrances you usually make? You know, where you come in and you say, okay, fellas, stand up and cheer. The show's going to start because Harris is here. Yahoo! How come you didn't make an entrance like that today?
Listen, Jackson, I ain't doing that stuff anymore. It's too hammy.
Well, I've been telling you that for 8 years. What finally convinced you?
Well, it just ain't paying off anymore, that's all. The last time I made one of them entrances, I yelled, "Okay, kids, beat your skin and get ready to laugh, 'cause Harris came in a zoot."
Zoot?
And would you believe it, Jackson, when I made that entrance, the people just stared at me like I was a dope.
Phil, when did this happen?
This morning when I got on the Corona bus.
Well, imagine getting on the Corona bus and going into your act. Phil, are you crazy?
What are you talking about? Last week I did it on the Riverside bus and I was held over for 2 round trips. Oh, say, Phil, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Don, there you go again. You know I'm right. Why don't you give up?
Well, it won't hurt to ask Phil, unless you're afraid.
I'm not afraid, and I'll ask him. Phil?
Yeah.
What did John Paul Jones say in 1812 in the latter part of December?
Merry Christmas.
He didn't. Don't you know anything about history? Don't you know any famous sayings?
Sure, I know one.
What?
You're not shot till they see the reds of your eyes.
You're not shot till they see the reds of your eyes. Who said that?
W.C. Field.
Well, there's no use trying to prove anything with you. Anyway, the man who said don't give up the ship was John Paul Jones. And I hope this is the last time. Come in.
Okay, kids, beat your skin. Get ready to laugh, 'cause Adler came in a zoot.
Well, Larry Adler. Larry, where did you ever pick up an entrance like that?
Oh, I was riding on the Corona bus this morning, and I don't know, some jerk got on and he did it.
Just as I thought. I know the rest of the story. Say, Larry, I'm glad you got here, because now you can play your harmonica like you did on our show overseas.
All right, Jack.
And I'll accompany you on my violin.
Oh, no, Jackson, no. Send me back to boot camp. Make me a neston, but not...
Phil, I was a big hit with my violin in the South Pacific, wasn't I, Larry?
Well, I will say you were a curiosity to the natives.
What do you mean?
Well, all I know is a Ubangi came out and gave you the bird.
What? And when you get a bird with them lips, they ain't kidding, Pop.
All right, so one Ubangi didn't like me, happened to be a cousin of Fred Allen. I mean, anyway, Larry, you play something for the boys, and we'll play something together later. Huh?
All right, Jack, I'll give them Holiday for Strings.
Good. Hit it, boys. Come on. strings played by Larry Adler, and Larry, you certainly played a mouthful. You know, Larry, that's a fascinating instrument.
Well, you're right, Jack. You know, this is an instrument that really gets you.
What do you mean?
Well, I know a fellow who loved the harmonica so much he married a girl with every other tooth missing.
Oh, I see. Now that I think of my aunt, I guess my uncle was in love with a bass fiddle. That gag's no good at all. Anyway, Larry, that number you just played, Larry, that number you just played was terrific.
Yes, it was, Larry. I enjoyed it very much.
Why, thanks. And say, Mary, I meant to tell you, that's a very pretty outfit you're wearing.
Well, thank you, Larry.
But isn't that material awfully thin?
Yes. In fact, when I bought it, my dressmaker said those famous historical words.
What was that?
Don't give up the slip.
Gee, I nearly missed my cue there, didn't I? I thought Larry was supposed to say what was that. Pardon me, Larry.
I was all set to jump in.
Listen, you didn't have... Anyway... Hey, you're all right. You can be on my show again, Bud. You're all right. Anyway, Mary, you didn't have to say don't give up the slip. You know, you didn't have to start that all over again.
Well, I'm glad you did, Mary.
Now, Don.
Go ahead, ask Larry Adler. Maybe he can settle our argument.
Okay. Larry, who said don't give up the ship? Was it Captain James Lawrence or John Paul Jones?
Captain James Lawrence.
Well, that's gratitude. After all I did for you.
What did you ever do for him?
I introduced him to that girl with every other tooth missing. Now, listen, Larry, you and Don Wilson don't know anything about naval tradition. You've never been in the Navy. Now, I can bring any sailor up from the audience and prove what I'm talking about. In fact, hey, look, there's a sailor that just walked into the auditorium. Hey, Buddy, come here a minute, will you?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Will you come up on the stage for a minute? Show you guys. Now, sailor, I'd like to ask you a few questions. We're having a big discussion here over famous naval sayings, and I think you can help us. Do you know anything about naval expressions?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me, what is the most famous saying in the Navy?
Ask her if she's got a friend for me.
I don't mean that one. The saying I mean is over 100 years old.
Well, this one didn't start yesterday, Bob.
Well, thanks anyway, sailor, for coming up here.
You're welcome.
Now, listen, Don, and that goes for you, Mary, Phil, and everybody. John Paul Jones was the one who said don't give up the ship, and I'll prove it once and for all. I'm going to call up my house and have Rochester look it up in the encyclopedia. Give me that phone. Prove my point. Oh, operator. I'll show you, kid. Operator.
Number, please.
For goodness sake, operator, what took you so long to answer?
Bass phone.
Stop blushing and get me my home in Beverly Hills. The number is Crestview 67071.
Yes, sir.
Bashful. Anyway, kid, when Rochester looked it up in the encyclopedia, you'll know I'm right. Believe me.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. Rochester, we're having a big argument here, and I want to ask you something. Do you know any famous sayings?
I know one.
What is it?
Don't shoot till you're faded.
Rochester, I'm talking about expressions that were said during the heat of battle.
Well, this one wasn't even a taffy pull.
I don't mean that. Now, Rochester, do you happen to know who said don't give up the ship?
No, sir.
And do you know who said give me liberty or give me death?
No, sir.
Well, do you know who said we have just begun to fight?
Boss, I don't even know who said...
Rochester, stop.
Just a minute.
Now, Rochester, listen carefully. We're having an argument, and I want to prove something about John Paul Jones. So will you please look it up in the book?
Yes, sir. Hold on, boss.
He's looking it up now, kid. We'll get this settled once and for all.
I'm anxious to find out, too.
Operator, you keep out of it. And Don, you'll be sorry you ever started this whole thing.
I got it, boss. I got it.
You have? What does it say?
John Paul Jones, Crestview 56859.
I I don't mean the telephone book. I want you to go in the library and look up John Paul Jones in my encyclopedia.
But, boss, I can't do that. I'm over at my girl's house.
You're over at your girl's house, and how did you happen to answer when I called my home?
That long cord on your phone is longer than you think it is.
Rochester, that's ridiculous. Where does your girl live?
In Pasadena.
Pasadena. How could the cord on my telephone reach from Beverly Hills to your girl's house in This sounds like Jerry Colonna. How could your cord on my telephone reach from Beverly Hills to your girl's house in Pasadena?
Boss, did you ever hear that old expression, love will find a way?
Yes.
Well, it did it again.
I don't care what it did. Now, you get back home at once and bring the phone with you.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I guess that'll show you, kid.
What did Rochester say?
He looked it up in the encyclopedia, and I was right. It was John Paul Jones who said, don't give up the ship.
But, Jack, I heard you say something about Pasadena.
That's where he said it, in the Battle of Pasadena. I don't want to hear any more about it. Praise him.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute. But first, here are my good friends Effie Boone and Kenneth Delmar.
Sold American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And with such men who know tobacco best, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, it's lucky 2-to-1.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
Sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Basil Ruysdale speaking. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jack Benny Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Of course.
Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. For real deep-down smoking enjoyment, you want a cigarette made of fine tobacco. For certainly it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American. So for real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last Thursday was Thanksgiving. So let's turn back the clock and show you how Jack Benny and his gang spent the day. Our scene opens in Jack's home in Beverly Hills, and at the moment, Rochester is straightening up the house.
Night and day, I am the one. Thanksgiving comes and goes, but I'm never done.
Rochester.
I'm working all the time. I'm nothing but a one-man assembly line. Night and day.
Rochester.
Day and night.
Paul Robeson.
Yes, Mr. Bennett.
You're always singing, always singing.
Well, I'm happy, boss. Here it is Thanksgiving, and I'm glad I wasn't born a turkey.
Oh, you wouldn't like that, huh?
No, I couldn't stand being in an oven all undressed and people peeping in at me.
Oh.
And when you ain't got no head, you can't blush.
Rochester, stop being so silly. You know, I'm going to Miss Livingston's house for a Thanksgiving party, so help me get dressed.
Okay, boss. But if I were you, I'd change my mind about wearing that old tuxedo.
Why? What'd you do to it?
Oh, it's nothing I did, boss, but when I went to get it, the closet was full of moths.
Moths? Oh, my goodness. Were they eating my tuxedo?
Eating it? They didn't even look up when I came in.
Well, maybe it won't show. What part did they eat?
Well, to put it geographically, the South ain't solid anymore.
Oh, it can't be that bad. Now go get my dress shoes.
I ain't going back in that closet again. They warned me.
Warned you?
Those moths are tough.
What?
When I reached for your tuxedo, they grabbed the fountain pen out of the pocket, unscrewed the cap, put it up to their shoulder like a bazooka, and squirted ink in my face.
Squirted ink in your face?
You have to take my word for it, boy.
Rochester, why is it that every time I get dressed, I have to go through all of... Come in.
Remember me? I'm Hyman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello. Hello, Herman.
I just dropped by to wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Herman. Come on in.
I'd like to, but this leash won't reach any farther.
Oh, you've got your dog with you?
Oh, my turkey. I'm taking it out for a walk.
Herman, you're taking your turkey out for a walk on Thanksgiving?
It was his last request.
Oh.
On the way over here, I put the turkey on a penny weighing machine, and a little card came out.
What did it say?
It said, you weigh 32 pounds, have good character, make friends easily, but you have a tendency to lose your head.
Now, wait a minute, Herman. Have you been celebrating Thanksgiving?
Uh-huh.
I thought so. Well, goodbye, Herman. Have a nice dinner.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. Come on, Dolores.
You're a peculiar sort of a fella. Here, Rochester, before I put my coat on, you better fix my bow tie.
Yes, sir. Lift your chin up a little.
Someday I'm going to learn how to tie a bow myself, and I will... Rochester, don't just stand there holding it. Tie it.
I'm waiting for your Adam's apple to clear the runway.
Rochester, this is no time for jokes, so hurry up with my bow tie.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Tie it below my Adam's apple.
But, boss, last time you went to a party, I tied it above your Adam's apple.
I know. Every time I swallowed, I pulled my shirt tail out. So this time, tie it... There's the phone.
I'll get it. Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, and we'll sit with children, 50 cents extra.
Rochester, just answer the phone and don't...
Hello, Rochester. This is Miss Livingston. Is Mr. Benny there?
Yes, Miss Livingston. Just a minute. It's for you, boss.
Hello?
Jack, what's taking you so long? Everybody's here but you.
Well, Mary, I've got a little surprise for you. I'm going to dress formal tonight.
Formal?
Yes.
What are you going to do, wear your black toupee?
No, I'm wearing my tuxedo.
Oh, Jack, that faded old thing is so green and splotchy.
It is not.
It is, too. The last time you wore it, you looked like a Jack sniper.
I'm going to wear it anyway, and I'll be over in a few minutes.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
I hate to ask you this, but, well, I've worked hard making this dinner for the whole gang, so I thought maybe you'd stop over at the florist and bring me some flowers.
Okay, Mary, I'll bring you half a dozen roses.
Only a half a dozen? But, Jack, they don't cost much.
Well, no, the roses alone don't, Mary, but you're going to the expense of the entire dinner. Why should you spend any more? After all, you're doing enough.
Jack, I meant for you to buy the roses.
Oh. Well, Mary, you didn't have to beat around the bush. Why didn't you come right out and say so? Of course I'll bring them. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Of all the cheap guys I ever...
What did you say, Mary?
This isn't Mary. This is the operator.
Well, you're not supposed to be listening in. Smart aleck operator. Oh, say, Rochester, I think it'd be a good idea if you came along with me. Miss Livingston might need some more help.
I'd like to, but you know every Thanksgiving I go to a party on Central Avenue.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We fill up on plum pudding and brandy sauce. Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds good, huh? Plum pudding and brandy sauce.
Yes, sir. And this year it's going to be better than ever.
Why?
We couldn't get any plum pudding.
Oh, well, you go right ahead, Rochester, and have a good time. I better be running along, too. How do I look? Am I okay?
You look neat, boss. But do you have to wear all those elf teeth at the same time?
Certainly, Rochester. I belong to 8 different lodges. Anyway, what's wrong with it?
Nothing, but you've got the only vest in town that smiles at you.
Well, you know me. I always like to put up a happy front. So long, Rochester. So long.
When the Yanks go marching in, I want to be that boy and spread some joy when they take off Berlin. There'll be a hot time down in Berlin when the Brooklyn boys begin. They can join apart and tear it down when they take off Berlin. They're going to start a row and show them how we paint the town back and go them all. They'll take a hike to Hitler's right and James Bond high to what you know, Joe. There'll be a hot time in Berlin when the Yanks go marching in. You can never keep them happy down the farm after they take Berlin.
Sure was. Gee, I wish Jack would get here.
Come on, Phil, play us another one.
Yeah, get hot.
Play it. Say, Phil, that's a swell idea, bringing your whole band over here to Mary's house.
Yeah, wasn't it, Mary?
Phil, I don't mind your band being here, but your boys have got a lot of nerve putting one of my best dishes on the piano for an ashtray.
That ain't no ashtray. That's for tips.
Tips? What a game.
Say, Mary, what are we going to eat? I'm hungry.
Me too, Miss Livingston.
Now, take it easy, fellas. We'll eat as soon as Jack gets here. Meanwhile, let's have some fun.
Okay, let's have some more music. Hit it, George.
Hey, wait a minute, Phil. Can I play the drums?
Sure, go ahead. Beat it out, Don. Come on, George. Hit it out there. Play it, Donald. Yeah, Donald. Hey, Don, look out. Look out, Don.
John, take that symbol off your head. You look like dragon seed. And fellas, don't break up the house. I've got to go out in the kitchen and see how my new maid is doing.
Okay, Mary, hurry back, huh?
I will.
Okay, George, hit it.
Oh, Pauline, as soon as Mr. Benny gets here, we'll have dinner.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll put the turkey on the serving tray, and you go in the dining room and set the table.
Oh, I've already done that, Miss Livingston, and I hope you like it. I put the butter right in the center, and around it I put the salt shakers.
You put the salt shakers around the butter?
And around the salt shakers I put the pepper shakers, and around the pepper shakers I put the cream pitchers, and around the cream pitchers I put the sugar bowls.
Well, Pauline, why did you do all that?
Well, we can't stop them from using the butter, but I figured we can slow them down a little.
Well, that was thoughtful of you, Pauline, but I'll rearrange the table later.
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, you better help me. I've been having trouble with the cranberry sauce.
What's the matter? Can't you get the berries to cram?
Pauline, you don't cranberries, you mash them.
Gee, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I don't know much about cooking, but if I did, it would probably help me to get a boyfriend who's interested in marriage. Like my girlfriend who wanted to get married, so she went to school to learn how to cook. Then after she learned how to cook, she met the cutest fella, and they were married. And after they were married, she found out he was a chef, so it really doesn't make any difference, does it? No, I guess it doesn't. Anyway, let's...
Oh, say, Mary, I just thought about something.
Just a minute, Phil. I'm talking to my maid.
Well. Get a load of them legs.
Phil.
I'm looking at the turkey.
Oh.
Anyway, Livy, when the food's all ready, let me know and I'll help you serve it.
Thanks, but it won't be necessary, Phil. I've hired a butler for the day.
Okay. I'd sure love to see that turkey in a bathing suit.
Phil, get out of here.
Say, he's cute, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, Pauline, you mash the potatoes while I get the ice cubes out of...
Oh, there's the door.
Oh, that's all right, Pauline. I'll get it.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing.
Oh, hello, Jack. Come on in.
Hello, Mary. So nice, I thought I'd walk over. Isn't it a bright, sunny day?
Yeah. Here, I'll take your parasol.
Thanks, and help me off with my overcoat, will you?
Okay. Now hand me your hat.
Here. And here's my muffler. And my gloves. Now hold my coat while I take off my sweater, will you?
Okay.
There you are.
You want a refill on your hot water bottle?
Well, you can kid if you want to, but this is the season for cold. You know, Mary, funny thing just happened. As many times I've been over here, today I walked right by your house and had to come back.
I don't doubt it. Once you get all those clothes moving, it's hard to stop them.
Yeah. Is everybody here?
Sure, they're in the living room. Let's go in.
Okay.
Say, Jack, how about the flowers?
They said they'd send them over. They'll probably be here pretty soon. Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Jack. Can it be the breeze of the
All right, boys, all right. I get it. Well, fellas, you having fun?
Oh, I'll say we are. Say,
Good.
Jackson, who do you think I ran into last night?
Who, Phil?
Your old girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco.
Really? How is Gladys?
Oh, fine. And you know, Jackson, she looks a lot better. She had an operation on her nose.
Her nose? Why, her nose was straight. What did she have done?
She had it moved to the middle of her face.
Now, cut that out. Anyway, hey, where are we going to eat?
Yeah, I'm hungry, Mary.
Pretty soon. Say, Larry, while we're waiting, how about singing us a song?
Yeah, come on, Larry. How about it, huh?
Sure, kid. Go ahead, will you?
Okay.
Oh, there's the door.
I'll get it, Mary. Hold the song till I come back, will you, kid? Yum, bum, 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 dee, dum, 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 dee, dum. Dum, 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 sweet Georgia Brown. Dum, 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 sweet dum, dum, dum. Yes?
How do you do? Is this Miss Livingston's residence?
Yes, it is.
Well, Miss Livingston is expecting me for Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, well, come right in. You got here just in time. The fun's just started.
How nice.
Now, let me take your hat.
Thank you.
Your coat.
Thank you.
Now, follow me. Hey, kid! Oh, pardon me. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jack Benny.
How do you do? I'm the new butler.
Hey, kid! What? The butler?
Yes. Are you the downstairs man?
I happen to be a guest here. If you're the butler, the kitchen's right through that door.
Thank you, sir.
Jack, who was that at the door?
Nobody.
Well, whose coat and hat are you carrying?
Who's Holton Cat? Oh, darn it, you're butler, and he just came in. All right, laugh. I know how to keep help. Go ahead and sing, Larry. Go ahead.
Because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I'll walk walk alone. They'll ask me why, and I'll tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, strings we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be near you wherever you are each night. In every prayer, if you call, I hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me.
Very good. That was great, Larry.
Hey, fellas. Everybody in the dining room. Dinner's on the table.
Oh, boy. Let's go. Hey, kids. Kids, wait a minute. Let's all march in. You know, conga line.
Okay.
Da, 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 boom. Da, 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 boom. Da, 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 boom. Don, if you can't control it, don't swing it. For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, you and your ideas. Now, come on in, fellas. The dinner will get cold.
Okay, let's go.
Jack, bring in an extra chair.
Okay, I'll be with you in a minute. Hey, look what's in this dish here on top of the piano. Well.
Hey, get your hands out of there, Jackson. That's for the boys.
Oh.
Jack!
How in the world could she see from the other room? Maybe I'll bring this straight back chair in here.
Okay.
Hey, where do you want me to sit, Mary?
Right there. Your name's on the place card.
Well, place cards and everything. How did Phil know where to sit down? He can't read.
I put his picture on the plate.
Oh.
That's all your fault, Jackson. You got people thinking I can't read.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me see you write your name.
Don't change the subject. I'm talking about reading.
I thought so.
Jack, will you please sit down and carve the turkey?
Okay.
Boy, just the size of it.
You know, Jack, that's a bigger one than we had at your house last Thanksgiving.
Oh, I don't know. My turkey was pretty big.
Go on, I've seen more meat on Sinatra.
I don't know about that. Hey, Larry, what do you want, white meat or dark meat?
White meat, please.
Don?
I'll have some dark meat. Say, Mary, did you stuff this turkey yourself?
Yes, why?
Well, it's so round, so firm, so fully packed. Oh, Harris, you're so spontaneous, and you haven't had a drink all day.
Bill, that doesn't apply to turkeys. That's Lucky Strike cigarettes.
I know. Hey, kids, pass the sauce.
The sauce?
Yes, with men who know Tabasco best, I'll take it 2-1. Oh, Harris, just like a pilgrim, you're making progress, you boy.
Oh, brother.
Now, Phil, cut that out. The correct saying is, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
Don, Phil's only kidding. Can't you see we've got Lucky Strike cigarettes on the table?
Well, then let's hurry up with the dinner and get at 'em.
All right.
Oh, Miss Livingston, shall I serve the hot biscuits now?
Yes, Carl.
Very well, madam. There.
Carl, don't throw the biscuits.
Yeah.
Why don't you stand closer to the table?
I've been watching these people eat, and I don't want to get any on me.
What?
And that old man with the carving knife scares me to death.
Now, wait a
a minute.
I know your type. Those blue eyes aren't fooling me a bit.
You're just mad because my tuxedo is better than yours.
Now, Carl, your job is just to serve the food, not to antagonize the guests.
Yes, madam.
Hey, Jackson, how about making a speech? Come on, huh? Come on, make a speech for us.
Go ahead, Jack. Say something. This is the first time we've all had dinner together in a long time.
Okay. Well, kids, it's sure nice for all of us to be gathered here on Thanksgiving. I know that during the year we've had our little differences and a few arguments, but this is a day to forget all that and cement our friendship so that it's stronger than ever.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. And now... If we'll just forget our little differences.
But, Jack, we've never had any real arguments.
Of course not, Jackson.
Oh, I was just thinking about little things like last week when Don and I had that argument about what naval hero said, don't give up the ship. Now, Don found out he was wrong, and I'm not going to rub it in. It's all over. So if we'll just...
Wait a minute, Jack. I wasn't wrong.
So if we'll just
It was Captain James Lawrence who said, don't give up the ship.
No, Don. It was John Paul Jones. So if we'll
Jack, I still insist you're wrong. It was Captain James Lawrence.
Don Wilson, you can argue till you're blue in the face. It was John Paul Jones. And I'm going to prove it.
Jack, put down that carving knife.
Oh, pardon me. Beast. Now, Don, this is Thanksgiving, so let's forget it. You think it was Captain James Lawrence, but I know it was John Paul Jones.
Say, Jackson, wasn't he on our program about 5 weeks ago?
That was John Charles Thomas. Now, Don, take my word for it. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, so do I. It was Captain James Lawrence.
It was John Paul Jones.
Oh, for heaven's sake, cut it out. Carl, serve the dessert, will you please?
I will if those two gentlemen don't get off the table.
I will if he will.
I'll have some more of that white meat.
That's my leg. Now, Don Wilson, I think it's awful for you to come here on Thanksgiving, accept Mary's hospitality, and start a big argument like this.
I didn't start the argument. You did. And any schoolboy knows that Captain James Lawrence said, don't give up the ship.
Well, every schoolboy knows that it was John Paul Jones. And you're just being stubborn about it, that's all.
Jack, for goodness sake, finish the speech you started.
I'll do it if everybody will shut up. Now, as I was saying, we're gathered here on Thanksgiving Day in a spirit of friendship. A word that in itself represents that binding tie between all people. Let's try, friends. Let's try to keep the feeling that is so prevalent on this day throughout the entire year. So whenever you feel discouraged, just think of those famous words of John Paul Jones. Don't give up the
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here are my good friends, L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
If you were present at the auctions down south, you could see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Remember that the next time you buy cigarettes. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A friendly suggestion. For your own greater enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Mary, I enjoyed your Thanksgiving dinner very much, but I wish Don wouldn't be so stubborn. After all, when a man's wrong, why doesn't he give in?
But Jack, Don is right. It wasn't John Paul Jones. It was Captain James Lawrence who said, don't give up the ship.
Mary, Captain James Lawrence said, I do not choose to run.
He did not.
Then who said it?
One of Crosby's horses.
All right. Well, I'm not going to argue. I got to go over to Joe E. Brown's program and congratulate him on his 44th anniversary. I don't have to. I want to go. I mean, there's the door. I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Flowers from Miss Livingston.
Flowers?
Oh, yes, Mary. Don't you remember I stopped off at the florist?
Oh, yes. Well, boy, what took you so long? Why didn't you bring the flowers sooner?
I couldn't. Mr. Benny only ordered the seeds.
Well, I wanted them to be nice and fresh. Good night, folks.
Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated. Flamingo Nail Polish, the exquisitely beautiful nail polish that well-groomed women use. Flamingo is long-lasting, resists chipping and peeling, and comes in thrilling shades. Buy Flamingo, 25 cents plus tax.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents The Fitch Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You'll never know just how much I love you. You'll never know just how much I care.
And Phil Harris.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about this song.
Let's go back to a few minutes ago. The Jack Benny program has just finished, and we find Phil Harris walking down the hall here at NBC.
Hooray for Hollywood. Holly.
Hey, Curly.
Oh, hiya, Frankie. Hey, where you going? Down the hall. Jackson wants to see me. Hey, Ukulele Ike. What's the trouble with you, kid? What's the matter? What was wrong with you on the show today?
Why?
Why? Oh, kid, you're murdering that guitar. Are you sure that guitar of yours was toned?
Tuned? What's that?
Oh, Frankie, what's the matter with you?
Oh, don't pick on me, Curly. I don't feel good. I ain't been able to sleep a wink for the past 2 weeks.
Well, then, Frankie, you ought to do something about it.
Yeah, maybe I ought to start going to bed nights.
Frankie, I don't know why I even put up with you. You're the worst guitar player I ever heard. You're tone deaf. You can't follow the beat, and you always play off key.
Yeah. Lucky I'm in your band, ain't it?
All right. Forget about it. Now, look, I want you to hold the band a few minutes because when I get through with Jackson, I want to run over a number.
Okay, Curly.
All right. Now, let's see. Here's Jack's dressing room. Look at this notice on the door. Wanted. Use foxtail for 1919 Maxwell. Well, he wants to see me. I guess I better go in. Hiya, Jackson. You sent for me?
Oh, hello, Phil.
Phil,
Where are your manners? Don't you know better than to barge into a dressing room without knocking?
Well, I'm sorry.
It might have been in my slip. My underslip. Now, close the door, will you? My head is getting cold.
Okay. Look, Jackson, you wanted to see me, huh?
Yeah, sit down, Phil. I've been meaning to talk to you for some time. But you see, Phil,
Well, what's up?
Well, it's about your contract.
Contract?
Yes, you know, that piece of paper you have that starts out to whom it may concern and ends up with an X.
Oh, that?
Yeah, you see, this is March, and your contract is nearing its expiration.
Yeah? When does it expectorate?
Phil, do me a favor, will you? For once, try not to be stupid.
Huh?
Force yourself.
Oh, Jackson. The way you talk, I'm a moron.
No, Phil, you're not a moron. You haven't made that yet. I mean, don't get delusions of grandeur, you know.
What do you mean? I ain't got nothing. I'm as healthy as you are.
I'm not satisfied on my own show. I have to come over here for that. What I have to say is very important. Perhaps it would be better if we discussed it later. Say at your home.
My home?
Yeah, you have one, haven't you?
Oh, of course not. Me and Alice is children of nature. We're two carefree nymphs who gamble on the meadow with gay abandon.
Phil, remind me not to be invited over here again. Where'd you get an expression like that?
Well, on my show, I ain't as stupid as I am on yours.
So far, you've been holding your own, brother. Listen, Phil, I'll see you later at your house.
Oh, you're coming out the house?
I'll see you
okay,
later.
So long, Jack.
Hey, Phil, the band's still waiting. Are we going to run over that number?
Yeah, Frankie, wind them up. I'll be right with you.
Okay, Curly.
Long ago in New Orleans, on a little street of dreams, there I heard a crazy band. That was where the blues began. There was Memphis Joe with his hidey-ho moaning on his saxophone. There was Slip-On Slim, you've heard of him, and his laughing slide trombone. Peg-leg Pete playing hot and sweet on the bacon powder can. Dancers swayed as they played, that was where the blues began. There was Dog-Faced Chet with his clarinet hitting high notes up and down. Smokey Moke was there with his slick black hair beating his drums like a clown. While the booga-booga-booga of the big brown jug by a hep cat dressed in jeans, that was where the blues were born in New Orleans. Peg-leg Pete and his violin, made of bacon powder tin, hollers out, let the folks come in. Dog-Faced Chet and his clarinet, the cutest pair I ever met, broke his reader, I'd been there yet. Memphis Joe and his saxophone, Slip-On Slim and his trombone, they tuned up and settled down, then they all went to town. There was Big Nose Tess from the greasy vest weeping in her glass of beer. There was Gambler Jake playing table stakes with a seaboat engineer. Natchez Lil, she was dressed to kill, singing love songs about her man. As she moaned, people groaned, that was how torch songs began. Then a cat named Sam in from Alabama started shooting up the floor. Everybody broke through, the pistol smoke filled the windows and the door, while the roar of the 44 busted up those happy scenes. That was how the blues were born in New Orleans.
Yes?
Hello, Miss Faye.
I beg your pardon.
Miss Faye, don't you recognize me? Julius Abruzio, the grocery boy.
Oh, of course, Julius. Come in. Gee, you're all dressed up. You look so nice in that blue suit, and your hair all slicked back, and your shoes all shine.
Yeah. Now smell me.
Must I?
Go ahead. Yeah, don't be scared. I got on some cologne for men only.
You have?
Yeah. It's called Mad Bull number 5.
Julius, you're not delivering groceries on Sunday.
Nah, this is purely a social call.
Well, that's nice of you.
Yeah, ain't it? You know what I did yesterday?
What, Julius?
Well, when I heard you was on for Fitz shampoo, I went out and bought all I could. Just to help you, adored one.
You did?
Yeah. At home in my room, I got 48 cases of it.
That's awfully sweet of you, Julius.
Yeah. The only trouble is now I have to sleep on the fire escape.
Oh, that must be Phil.
Your husband?
Mm-hmm.
Take me in your arms, beloved. We shall die together.
Oh, Julius, don't be silly. You run along now. Go on.
Okay. Farewell, soulmate.
Hey, you. Hey, Ambrosio, come here.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Look, what are you doing coming around here on Sunday?
Calling on my best girl.
Best girl? Listen, Brucey. Baby Alice is only 5 years old. Now beat it.
Okay, Mr. Harris. Baby Alice. If that guy ever knew what was going on, he'd blow his brains out.
Oh, hello, Phil. I heard you drive in.
Hiya, kid. Hey, what's up, Jennifer?
Well, Jack Benny called you twice. He said he's coming out here tonight.
Yeah, I know. He told me.
Gee, it's funny, Jack coming here. He hasn't been to our house since the day we got married.
That's right.
You know, I've always wondered if he enjoyed himself at our wedding. He acted so strange.
Enjoyed himself? Oh, he must have. He's still wearing the shoes he cut off the back of our car.
Well, have you any idea what Jack wants?
No, I don't know what he wants. He said something, I don't know. He was talking about something about next year's program or something.
Next year? Oh, Phil, you don't suppose he's thinking of...
Firing me? Nah. Perish the thought, beautiful. Jackson couldn't operate without Harris. After all, who'd wheel him on and off?
Phil, don't be so sure of yourself. Think it over. What do you actually do on that program?
Do? Are you kidding? What do I do? What do I do? Well, I come in there every day, and I walk in, and
My, how do you handle all that in a half an hour?
Yeah, I guess you're right. They have been spreading me a little thin over there. And come to think of it, Jackson's a little sore anyway, you know. He's sore at the band since we did that show from Nashville.
Well, what happened there?
Oh, wasn't nothing. Only each musician showed up at the broadcast with a coon dog and a jug.
That was awful.
Oh, Jackson didn't mind that much, but all through the program, the guys kept spitting watermelon seeds into the tuba.
I suppose Jack is thinking of dropping you. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, dropping me? I can't stand for that. I got to be with him. Hey, look. I got it. Maybe we can play on his sympathy. You know, tell him we're broke or something.
Oh, Phil, he'll never believe that. He knows I've been making pictures for years.
So what? Tell him you blew your wad trying to keep your brother out of Tehachapi.
Very funny, but it so happens Tehachapi is a woman's prison.
Well, that's why it costs so much. But you know, honey, seriously, I'd feel awful funny about not being with old Jackson. Gee whiz, I've been with him 11 years now. I gotta stay with him, honey. I got to. Well, even if it means taking less money.
Well, don't feel too badly, Phil. It's always darkest before dawn. Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regret. it isn't raining rain, you know, it's raining violets. And where you see clouds upon the hill, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for your bluebird and listening for his song. Whenever April showers come along. Where you see clouds upon the hill, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for the bluebird and listening for his song. Whenever April showers come on.
Hello, Fuller Brushman.
Oh, come in, Jack. We've been expecting you.
Oh, Alice, I wanted to fool you.
Gee, it's good to see you again, Jack. How are you?
Fine.
Phil's upstairs. I'll call him. Huh?
No hurry, Alice. Now you have a nice home here. Tell me, how are your children, little Alice and Michael?
No, Jack. Alice and Phyllis.
Oh, yes. Phyllis is the girl.
No, they're both girls.
Oh, of course. It's so nice to have one of each. I mean, for each two girls.
Won't you
two
sit
girls,
down?
I meant.
Won't you sit down, Jack?
Thank you. My, it's a lovely fireplace, but aren't you folks a little extravagant?
Extravagant?
Yes, you have 2 andirons.
Well, just make yourself comfortable, Jack. I'll tell Phil you're here.
Thank you. My Alice is a wonderful girl. So sensible, too. Wonder if Phil would want to sell her. Thinking of, I get the wildest ideas as I open that checking account. I hope I don't have any trouble with Phil, though, for next season. If he'll just understand my position. After all, I've got a big cast, Mary's mother.
Hello.
Oh, hello. You're little Alice, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
You remember me, Uncle Jackie?
Oh, yes. I've talked to you on the telephone.
That's right. I don't believe I know this other little lady.
This is my little sister, Phyllis. Phyllis, this is Mr. Benny.
Hello, Phyllis. You're not afraid of Uncle Jackie, are you?
Are you really Mr. Benny?
That's right.
Well, prove it.
Prove it?
Yes, go ahead. Do something stingy.
You're Daddy's little girl, aren't you?
Sure, I'm Daddy's little girl. Whose little girl are you?
All right. Sorry I started. Maybe I'll have better luck with the other one. Alice, what do you have there?
Our piggy bank. It's full of quarters.
Quarters? Oh, well. How'd you get it so full?
Everyone who comes to see Mommy and Daddy gives us one. Are you going to give us a quarter, Uncle Jackie?
Well, I'd like to. Let me see if I have one in my wallet.
Oh, look, Phyllis. A pocketbook made like a little mattress.
No, it's not a mattress, honey. You see, I keep my watch in there, and the ticking fooled you. Oh, Jackson. Let me see here. I think this is a quarter. So hard to tell through the green mold.
Put it in the bank, Uncle Jackie.
All right. Here you are.
Well, drop it in.
My fingers must be sticky. I ate a Tootsie Roll on the way over here. There.
Hiya, Jackson. Hey, what are you doing? Robbing my kids?
Of course not, Bill. I just put a quarter in their bank.
Oh, shucks, and I missed Haley's Comet, too.
Don't be so smart, Phil. I would have put in $1, but I see it won't fit through the slot.
It will if you fold it.
I was talking to your father.
All right, kids. Now take your bank and run along because Uncle Jackie and I got business to talk over. Go on.
All right, Daddy.
Well, Jackson, what do you want to see me about?
Well, it's about the show, Phil. You see, next year is a new season, and after all, you've been with me for 11 years now. And
now, look, Jackson, I can explain about those coon dogs, and anyway, them watermelon seeds, why, they gave the tuba a rippling rhythm effect.
No, Phil, it's just that next year...
Hold it a minute, Jackson. I got to get the phone. It's in the den.
Oh, of course.
Hello?
Hi, Phil. It's Frankie.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I found out why Jackson come out to your house.
You did?
Yeah, he's afraid of losing you. I overheard him tell his producer he'd do anything to hang on to you for next year.
Oh, Frankie. Oh, this is great.
Yeah.
You know that Alice and I thought...
Hit him for plenty, Phil. Let him have both barrels. He's a sitting duck.
Oh, gee, this is great news, Frankie. Thanks a lot. And look, I'll let you know how I make out.
Okay, Curly, so long.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Jackson. As you know, it's business, and now you were saying...
Yeah, you see, my sponsor renewed my program for next year, and I thought I might be able to squeeze you in somewhere.
Well, I don't know about next year. You know, after all, I got my own show now.
Well, I realize that, Filthy, but I might be persuaded to give you a little more money.
Yeah, well, that's nice, Jackson.
Now, look, Phil, look. Now, I've been paying you $85 a week this year. But considering, after all, you have a wife and 2 children and prices are a little higher now, next year I'm prepared to give you an even 90.
$90? Oh, Jack, that ain't no money. Why, it costs us that just for food.
Food? Yeah. Don't you grow anything around here?
Stop it, will you? And besides, it's plenty expensive bringing up 2 kids.
You mean your children aren't working yet?
Of course they're not working. And anyway, Jackson, you don't need me on your program. You got Dennis Day.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, you know how he imitates everybody.
Well, yes, he's a clever kid.
Well, one of your writers told me as soon as Dennis Day gets my voice down pat, you're going to let me go anyway.
But, Phil, that may take him a year yet. Besides, you got to stay around to coach him. He can't do it alone.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I'm sorry, but it just ain't worth a while for that kind of dough.
Well, you're out of your mind. Think, $90 a week.
Jackson, it ain't enough.
Well, I might go just a wee bit higher. What figure did you have in mind?
$1,500.
$1,500. But Phil, hotshot, Petrillo boy, $1,500. That's more than I spend in a year.
I'm sorry, that's my figure. You can take it or leave it.
Now look, Phil, please, listen, Phil, listen, my boy, listen
Jackson,
to me.
You're hurting me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now look, I'm willing to be reasonable. Now I'm a just man. I'm offering you 90, and you want $1,500. I'll compromise.
Compromise?
I'll give you $95. And your boys can spit in the tuba all they want.
I'm sorry, Jackson. It ain't no go.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll hurt myself. I'll give you $100 a week.
Well, I don't know. 100 you'll give me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to put you in no spot because you need me, Buster. So I'll tell you what I'll do. Just to help you out, I'll take it.
Thanks, Phil. It's a deal. You have my word on it.
Do you two businessmen mind if I come in?
Oh, not at all, Alice. Come right in. Phil and I have just come to terms. Everything is settled and hunky-dory.
Oh, I'm so glad. Phil said he'd feel terrible if he wasn't part of your show next year.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Why, he told me now that he has his own show, he'd even take less money.
Less money? In that case, the deal is off.
But, Jackson, we settled on 100.
I don't care.
You gave me your word.
Bill Harris, don't pull that on me. You've been with me long enough to know my word doesn't mean a darn thing.
But, Jackson,
All
you
right,
said...
go ahead. See if I can starve next year.
Starve? Oh, come now, Buster. This wife of mine has money upstairs we ain't even counted.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, and it so happens Phil's doing fine on his own
Look,
show.
wait a minute.
Besides, Dennis Day promised me 2 guest
Wait a
stars.
minute, Phil.
Not only that, Phil has 6 pairs of yellow shoes.
You're darn tootin'. I just made 5 new records.
Wait a minute! All right, I'll do it. You're not worth it, but next year I'll pay you $100 a week.
Well, that's more like it. Thanks. Gee whiz. I'm glad there's no hard feelings.
Well, I'll have to be going now.
Okay, I'll walk you to the door.
All right, I'll let myself out. By the way, Phil.
Yeah.
The first week, your check will be $99.75.
What's that for?
Yeah, I put a quarter in your kid's bank.
Gee, Phil, it was nice of Jack Benny to drop over here today.
Yeah, but I think all that talk about money got him a little rattled.
Rattled? Why?
Well, he just walked out smoking a bottle of Fitz shampoo.
Tune in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program was written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, directed by Paul Phillips, with original music composed and conducted by Walter Sharp. Included in the cast were Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Tetley, and Elliot Lewis. Alice Faye appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Jack Benny appeared through the courtesy of Lucky Strike cigarettes. They're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy.
Van Hughes Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic Daily. It makes your scalp tingle with that feeling of new life and pep. Fitch's Ideal is not sticky or greasy, so pep up your scalp and give your hair that well-groomed look with Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic. Bill Foreman speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
American. The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Your level best. That's how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's important to you as a smoker to know that fine tobacco can do this for you.
And every smoker knows
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mild, ripe, light tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. It's good to know that fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, by putting you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's the Lucky Level.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Get on the Lucky Level, where it's fun to be alive. Get a carton of Luckies and get started today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. "'Tis the night before Christmas, and at Jack Benny's house, there are presents for all, even cheese for the mouse. Jack is up on a chair, then he's down on his knee. You have to do that when you're trimming a tree.
Well, we're all through, Mary. Gee, it was nice of you to come over and help me trim the tree.
Well, if I didn't, you'd never get it done. Say, Jack, shall I put the snow around the bottom now?
Not yet. I want to see if the lights are working. Look, I'll hold up the bulbs, and when I say ready, you plug it in.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! My goodness.
Oh, Jack, why'd you make me shut it off? Those lights were so pretty. Especially those two blue ones that kept flashing on and off.
Those were my eyes. And I must have been holding on to a bare wire.
Well, it's your own fault. Every time you fool around with electricity, something goes wrong.
It does not. I know plenty about electricity.
Oh, sure. Remember what happened last month when you fixed your doorbell?
What happened?
I pushed the button and it set fire to Mount Baldy.
Oh, stop exaggerating. Anyway, hand me that roll of tape. I'll fix this bare wire right now.
Here you are.
Thanks. Comes to electricity, I know what I'm doing. When you see a bare wire, you just tape it up like this. And in that way, it's insulated against outside elements. There. That'll be enough tape. All right, Mary, plug it in.
Okay.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out!
For heaven's sake.
What happened, Jack?
I taped my finger to the wire. That's what happened.
Oh, gee. And that time was even prettier than before.
What do you mean?
Your nose lit up, too.
It did not. Let's get this tree finished before the gang gets here.
But, Jack, what about the light?
We'll have to let that go until later. Now, hand me one of those...
Oh, Mr. Bailey!
What is it, Rochester?
I baked that cake like you told me to.
Good. Did you have enough whipped cream to spell out Merry Christmas on top?
Yeah. Say, boss, how many R's in Mary?
2.
Oh.
Oh, well, then you better add one.
Add one? I better cross one out. I got 3.
Well, leave it. It's better than ruining the cake.
Okay.
Oh, Rochester, will you please take these Christmas tree lights and fix them?
Fix them?
Yes.
I ain't fooling around with electricity.
Well, what are you afraid of?
I don't want to get hit by nothing I can't hit back.
Oh, Rochester, imagine being afraid of electricity. Suppose Robert Fulton was afraid. He never would have invented the electric light, would he?
Jack, you're thinking of Thomas Edison.
Edison? Well, then, what did Robert Fulton do?
He invented the slow boat to China.
Oh, yes. Now, Rochester, please fix these lights, will you?
Okay. Let me see now. In electricity, there's the electrons and the electrodes.
Then there's the positive and the negative. But I ain't positive which one is negative. Then there's the atoms. Now, the atoms are supposed to go from the positive to the negative, or maybe they go from the electrons to the electrodes. Then again, maybe they go from NBC to CBS.
Rochester.
Now, as long as these atoms keep passing each other, everything is all right. But when they meet halfway and start fighting, they're going to turn on anybody who tries to butt in.
Rochester, I'm not interested in the scientific details. I just want you to fix those lights. And I promise you, while you're holding the wires, no one in this room will turn on the switch.
I know, boss. While I'm holding the wire, you ain't going to turn on the switch. And Miss Livingston ain't going to turn on the switch.
Well, of course not.
But way up there in Boulder Dam, there's a little man sitting in a room with thousands of wires all around him.
So what?
How do I know he ain't going to turn...
You can read that one again. This is a preview. Go ahead.
How do I know he ain't going to do something just to break the monotony?
All right. I'll fix it myself. Come on, Mary. Help Well, Mary, we've got all the packages under the tree. Looks nice, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does. Jack, if you're not going to use the Christmas tree lights, let's put on the candy canes.
Okay, here's the box, and you can... Hey, wait a minute. I had 12 candy canes. Now there are only 11. Where's the other one?
Well, don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you. I'm asking you.
All right, I ate it. Here's 10 cents.
Marty, I bet you'd be surprised if I took it.
I would be surprised if you sued me.
Mary, let's get this finished, will you?
Jack, you better pick those lights up off the floor before somebody steps on them.
Oh, yes. Now, where can I put them? I'll put these lights on the chair right here. And, Mary, here's Phil Harris's present. I forgot that. Slip it under the tree. Boy, will he be surprised.
But, Jack, how'll he be surprised? You've got toilet water written all over the box.
Well, you gotta do that with Phil. When he opens a package and finds a bottle, he never stops to read the label. Last year, I gave him a miniature ship in a bottle, and the mask stuck out of his mouth for 3 days. Every time I asked him something, he had to answer me through the crow's nest. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Well, Jack, I guess that does it. The tree is all finished.
Yeah. Gee, it looks swell. I'm kind of tired. I think I'll sit down for a minute and smoke a cigarette. Mary, have you got a match?
No.
Oh, well.
Oh, say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Are your socks dry yet?
I think so.
Well, people will be here soon. You better take them off the tree.
Oh, that's right. You take them off, will you, Rochester? I'm tired. I want to sit here a while.
Yes, sir. Say, this tree looks awful nice, but it's kind of dark. Oh, no wonder the lights aren't plugged in. I'll fix that. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out!
heaven's sake.
What's the matter, Jack?
I was sitting on the wire. As long as you're here, Rochester, give me a match.
You don't need it now. Your cigarette is lit.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Rochester.
Don't thank me. Thank that little man up at Boulder Dam.
Rochester.
It's the first time I ever saw LSMFT lit up by AC and DC.
Yeah. That's very funny. I wonder how that guy at Boulder Dam knew I was... Oh, well. Come in. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same to you, Phil.
Hey, Jackson, that Christmas tree looks terrific.
Yeah, it is a nice tree, isn't it?
Yeah, not only that, it's grown about 2 feet since last year.
This isn't the same one. You know, Phil, I believe in the old-fashioned way of getting a tree. You know, when you get up early in the morning and you bundle yourself up warm and throw an axe over your shoulder and go out in the woods, you know, out in the wilderness and chop down your own Christmas tree.
Hey, you're right, Jackson. Where'd you find this one?
In the lobby of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
You said it. Timber! Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson, you ought to see the tree I got in my house. I got it all decorated. Right on the top, I got a reindeer.
Oh, a picture of a reindeer?
No, a live one. I spend my money.
For heaven's sake, how could you get a live reindeer up on top of a tree?
Well, it was easy, Jackson. I just gave him a little eggnog and he got high. Oh, you humorous old filthy. You're the Mark Twain of your generation.
Mark Twain? Phil, that's Twain. Twain.
Wheelie?
Phil, after a gag like that, your lucky Santa doesn't scratch you with his claws. Say, that was pretty good, too.
Don't bother sending us Cracker Jack, Mother. We're now getting corn by the ton.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I thought it was pretty cute. Hey, Phil, what do you got in that package there?
Oh, I almost forgot, Jackson. It's a Christmas present for you.
For me?
Yeah. Me and the boys in the band all chipped in and got it for you.
Well, thanks, Phil. I'll put it under the tree.
No, you don't. Open it up right now.
Okay. Gee, it was certainly nice of you and the boys to think of me. I really didn't... Oh, Phil, thanks. Gee, a beautiful turtleneck sweater. Gee.
Yeah. Look inside of it, Jackson.
Inside?
Yeah.
Oh, Phil.
What is it, Jack?
A turtle. Fine present to give me. I'll fix him. Come here, Phil. Sit down on my chair.
Well, thanks, Jackson.
Are you comfortable, Phil?
Sure.
Good. Mary, push in the plug.
Oh, Jack, you wouldn't dare.
Hand me the plug. I'll give it to him myself.
Hey, Jackson, what about my present?
Just sit where you are. You'll get it. It's a surprise. Mary, watch me jump. 1, 2, 3. There. Phil, don't you feel anything?
No, why?
Well,
what about the surprise? What's the matter?
We're having a little trouble at Boulder Dam.
Mary, I can't understand what went wrong. Phil, stand up a minute, will you?
Okay.
Well, let's see. There must be something wrong with this thing here that I can't...
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out!
A fine thing to do to a guy on Christmas Eve. Of course, I won't be able to talk at all on July 2nd.
Well, it's your own fault for trying to play a trick on Phil.
Ah, so that's it, eh, Jackson? Trying to give me a hot seat.
Oh, it was nothing, Phil. I was just trying to have a little fun.
Pull it out! Pull it!
Jack, that's the doorbell.
Oh. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, kid.
Hey, what's the idea? You guys greeting each other twice.
We've each got 2 shows.
Oh. Well, Dennis, I'm glad you got here, but I thought you were going to bring your mother with you.
Oh, she couldn't come today on account of the flu.
The flu?
Yes, she's cleaning out the chimney.
What?
Well, that's about all I can take. I'm going to the bar and start warming up for New Year's Eve.
Dennis, I don't know what you're talking about. If your mother has to go around wiping out chimneys, why doesn't your father help her?
What do you think she's wiping them with?
Look.
Excuse me, Jack. I'm going in and mix them for Phil.
I don't blame you. Now, look, Dennis, as long as you're here, let's have the song you're going to sing on the program, will you? What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing Buttons and Bagels.
Okay, go ahead.
East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they'll love a gal by the cut of her clothes. You'll stand out in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin or skirts that you've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't hold a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that show you're all mine in buttons and bows. A western ranch is just a branch of nowhere junction to me. Give me the city where living's pretty and the gals wear finery. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that show you're all mine in buttons and bows. Give me eastern trimming where women are women in high silk hose and peekaboo clothes, French perfume that rocks the room, and you're all mine in buttons and bows.
Dennis, that was a beautiful song, and I'm sorry your mother wasn't here so she could hear it. By the way, I have a lovely gift for her for Christmas.
Oh, what is it?
Don't tell her, but I'm sending her a pair of alligator shoes.
Alligator shoes? That's awful.
What's awful about it?
Now some poor alligators running around barefooted.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, kid.
In the winter, too.
Dennis, quiet. Now, let's go in the other room.
Well, say, Mr. Benny.
What?
You see this tie I'm wearing? My girl knitted it for me for Christmas.
The tie? What are those things hanging on the side?
She started to make a sweater and changed her mind.
Oh. Well, it looks nice, Dennis, and that's a pretty stick pin you have in it.
Oh, that's one of the needles. She forgot to take it out.
Oh. Well, it's a beautiful gift, Dennis. It really is. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Don.
Well, hello, Dennis.
Hiya, Don.
Hi, Dennis.
Wait a minute. Don hasn't got two shows.
I know, but look at how fat he is.
Well, you have a point there.
That's a knitting needle.
Now cut that out! Oh, by the way, Don, did you like the little Christmas present I sent you?
Oh, yes, Jack. It's beautiful. It's the nicest wallet I ever received.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
But there's only one thing wrong, Jack.
What?
It's a shame to use such a beautiful wallet to hold such a lousy salary check.
Yeah, you're right, Don. I should have gotten you a cheaper wallet. Oh, say, Don, what about the commercial? Is the quartet here?
Oh, yes, Jack. They're right outside. Come on in, boys.
Hello, fellas. Gee, I'm glad they're here with you, Don. Now we can try out the New Year's commercial.
Well, Jack, I wish you wouldn't ask them to sing tonight. They all have very bad colds.
All four of them have a cold? The four fellas have a cold, all four of them. Mm-hmm. Well, what are they doing for it?
They chipped in and bought a 4-way cold tablet.
let's try the commercial anyway. At least I'll get an idea of it, you know.
Okay, but with their colds, Jack, I don't know how it'll sound.
Oh, what's the difference? Let's try it.
Okay, take it, boys.
Happy days start again with New Year's Eve start again. We will all stand up and again. Happy days for you and me. Lucky strikes are here to stay. In fact, they've never been away. So we'll celebrate on New Year's Day.
Thank goodness.
With the LSMFT.
Too bad you've all got the flu. I can tell you just what to do. Get in bed and stay there.
Here you are at CBS. We know that you'll have great success. And we're glad you moved, we must confess. Happy days are here again. Here again.
Gee, they must have caught that cold from Guy Lombardo. Well, thanks, Don. That'll be a swell commercial. It really will. Well, it's been a very nice Christmas Eve. Everybody had a good time. They've all gone home. I'm ready for bed, too.
You know, boss, your quartet sure has a bad cold.
I know. I don't want to catch one either. Rochester, I'm ready for bed.
You want me to get you an extra quilt?
No. I'll use my new electric blanket. Of course, you know what's coming. That's the hell of it, you know what I mean? This bed feels good. It's a little chilly, though, Rochester. Plug in the blanket.
Yes, sir.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Yeah, I wonder if that guy in Boulder Dam is related to Fred Allen. Oh, well, I'm going to sleep. Good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first,
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
And as every smoker knows,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder Lucky Strike is the overwhelming favorite of tobacco experts. For more independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Luckies regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So,
smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the right level, the Lucky level, where there's real joy in living, where it's fun to be alive. The Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
And remember, here's a gift every smoker on your Christmas list is sure to appreciate. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes in beautiful holiday wrapping. And for that special someone, get Lucky Strike 500, the handsome gift box of 25 packages of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen, and a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you all.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Broadcasting System invites you to sit back, relax, and listen to Eddie Anderson in The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones. Rochester, you look sad. What's the trouble?
I've got a problem. It looks like I'm going to lose my girl, Susie. She's been having dates with another fella.
He's making pretty good time with her, huh?
Time and a half. And double time on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays.
Yes, it's the private life of Rochester Van Jones. The amusing adventures of the happy-go-lucky fellow who works for that famous man in Beverly Hills, and brought to you by the Columbia Broadcasting System. This afternoon, we find Rochester just going up the steps of his girl's house.
Kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long...
Oh, Franklin, darling, I was just waiting for you.
Franklin? Look again, honey.
Oh, it's you.
Can I come in?
Uh-huh.
Cheer up, honey. The captain of your love boat is here to set sail on a voyage of love and adventure.
Rochester, why did you open that closet door?
I'm looking for a stowaway. Well, we might as well lay our cards on the table. It seems like I'm losing ground to this Franklin fella.
Well, Franklin takes me places and shows me a good time. Yesterday he took me on a picnic, and today he's taking me driving.
Well, you've had some pretty good times with me, too, Susie. Last week I took you to a movie, didn't I?
Rochester, taking me down to the corner radio store and letting me look through the window at a television isn't exactly taking me to a movie.
Well, what about that bag of popcorn?
I bought that.
Oh, yes. Well, I can't afford too many luxuries.
A movie isn't a luxury. If you'd work out a budget, you'd be able to afford a movie once in a while.
Honey, I can't even afford a budget. Besides, you used to like to stay home and sit on the couch with me. What's happened, Susie?
Well, I'm tired of a man who keeps one arm around me and the other under cushions looking for loose change. Why aren't you like Franklin? Oh, look, Franklin bought me this 5-pound box of chocolates.
Wait a minute. I just noticed that picture on the mantelpiece. So
yes, that's Franklin Monroe. Isn't he handsome? That picture was taken 5 years ago.
He was in uniform then, huh?
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4 ribbons on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 stripes on his sleeve.
Uh-huh.
Where was he stationed?
In the balcony of the Orpheum.
Oh, yeah. That's a flashlight in his holster. Well, I guess it ain't up to me to say anything about him, but he sure has shifty eyes.
Shifty eyes?
And look at the way his ears droop. I read someplace that that's the mark of a criminal.
Rochester.
Honey, I'm sorry I said anything. It just slipped out. I hate a man who's always running other people down, even when they deserve it. I think Franklin's a great guy, and I know you'll be loyal to him whether he goes to jail or not.
Rochester, I want you to stop talking that way. Oh, that must be Franklin.
Hooray.
Oh, hello, Franklin. Come in.
Hello, baby.
This is Rochester.
Rochester? This can't be the same Rochester you told me about the first time I took you up to Mulholland Drive and tried to kiss you. You said he was 6 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds.
Well, I didn't know you very well then.
Well, glad to meet you, old man.
Hello.
Oh, Franklin, you've got on a new suit.
Yeah, how you like it?
Oh, you look so handsome in it.
This is just a plain gabardine, but I'm going to get another suit with stripes.
That's just what I was telling Susan.
What?
Oh, nothing.
You ought to try my tailor, Rochester. He can run up a beautiful suit for $125. Of course, if you want something like this, why, it's a little more.
No, I like the material in the suit I'm wearing. It wears like iron.
Yeah, I notice it's rusted through at the elbows. Susie, honey, you're looking more beautiful than ever.
Oh, Franklin.
You sure are the most glamorous creature in the world.
Well, it's nice of you to say that, but I know you're just flattering me.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I'm not that pretty. Am I, Rochester?
Of course not.
Rochester!
I'm just trying to be agreeable.
Well, Susie, you ready to go?
Yeah, as soon as I get my coat on. What car do you have today?
Now, my boss let me take the Cadillac. The 2 big cars are being lubricated.
He sure is nice to you, Franklin. And you get a big salary, too.
You drive his Cadillac and get a salary, too?
Well, of course.
How long has this been going on?
He appreciates having a man of intelligence around him. And I appreciate working for the most important and one of the most generous men in Beverly Hills. What about your boss?
He's important. He's important.
Say, tell me, did he let you have his car today?
Oh, he would have, but I was in a hurry, so I walked. But he's a wonderful guy.
Yeah? Is he generous?
He's got a great sense of humor, too. And very democratic. Whenever the car breaks down, he always gets out and helps me push.
Any boss would do that once in a while.
We do it all the time.
I'm ready, Franklin.
My arm, Susie. Come in, Rochester?
Okay.
Can I drop you anywhere, Rochester?
No, thanks.
Get right in, honey. Well, goodbye, Rochester. Nice seeing you, old man.
Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Devil Grass.
I'm going to have to ask you to move a little. I'm going to turn on the sprinklers.
Turn 'em on, turn 'em on. What if I do get wet and catch pneumonia and die? Who cares?
Well, Rochester, you look like a man who won a television set and then found out he was allergic to horses.
Worse than that. Susie's brushing me off for another guy.
What's the matter with that girl? How could she turn down a man like you for somebody else?
That's a question I've been avoiding all afternoon.
Now, I can see why a girl turns me down. I'm just a gardener, and I'm the biggest nobody around here. But, man, you got everything.
I have?
Yeah, and for one thing, you're a real sharp dresser, and you know clothes. Why, when you put a suit on, it looks like you were the first one that ever wore it.
Thanks.
Why, you shouldn't have to worry about competition. You got brains, and you're smart as a whip.
That's right.
You're handsome, a good conversationalist, and you got a nice build on you, and you know lots of important people, and you're right in the middle of the social world.
Yeah.
Now, what's your problem with Susie?
I'm too good for her.
What?
I mean, I wish I were all those things, but I'm not. I've come to the reluctant conclusion that happiness is just a thing called money. If I could pick up a little extra change, I'd be setting pretty.
Well, don't you make enough now?
It wouldn't be ethical for me to tell you what the boss pays me. But if I quit, my unemployment compensation would be a luxury.
Well, if you're looking for a part-time job, my cousin was telling me that there's always an opening for a collector at the Friendly Finance Company.
Collector for the finance company, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. I think I'll go over and see if they can use me.
I sure wish you luck, Rochester. But do you know anything about finance companies?
Do I? When I was a kid, my mother bought a piano that was financed, and whenever we missed a payment, they took it back.
Did you miss many payments?
I did more practicing in the moving van than at home.
Friendly Finance Company. One moment, please. It's for you, Mr. Finch. It's Mr. Emerson.
Thank you, Miss Kendall. Hello? Emerson? I sent you out to make a $3 collection, and I don't hear from you for 4 days. Where have you been? General Hospital? He threw you down 3 flights of stairs. Broke your jaw, smashed your nose, and cracked your ribs. Oh, that's horrible. You tell me, boy, did you get the $3? Well, just relax and get well. Remember, the Friendly Finance Company stands behind its employees. And don't worry about Dr. Bills. We'll give you a loan.
What happened to Emerson, Mr. Finch?
Now, one of our accounts beat him up, and he's in the hospital just when I need him the most. That's gratitude for you.
That's terrible.
Yeah, everything happens to me.
Mr. Finch, there's a man in the outer office who'd like to get on as a temporary collector.
A temporary collector? Miss Kendall, in this firm, that's the only kind of collector we have. You show him in.
Yes, Mr. Finch. And Mr. Finch will see you now, Mr. Van Jones.
Thank you.
Come right in, come right in. Sit down and make yourself comfortable, Mr. Van Jones.
Thank you. Nice little office you have here.
Yes, we like it. Miss Kendall tells me you'd like to pick up a little extra cash working for us in your spare time.
Yes, sir.
Well, it just happens we need a part-time collector.
Good. I need to make a little extra cash to keep in good standing with my girl.
I understand. Now, I'll explain a few things while you fill out the application card. Your full name, address, and so on.
Yes, sir.
As you probably know, we loan money on cars and household items, and when the payments aren't met, the collector either gets the money or the item we loaned it on. Now, you get a commission on each account you collect.
Say, I filled out everything else, but what's this for?
Where?
Right here, where it says next of kin.
Just a technicality. Put down your closest living relative. And also put your signature on this.
Oh, what is it?
A life insurance policy I take out on all our collectors. Every once in a while, I strike it rich. Sign right here.
Rochester Van Jones.
Now, here's another one.
Let's see. I, the undersigned, do hereby release the Friendly Finance Company from any responsibility of any kind.
There's no need to read that. I trust you.
Even the small print has small print. Well, I might as well sign it. Here you are.
Thank you. You're now officially a collector for the Friendly Finance Company. Let me congratulate you on winning this position and allow me to offer you every good wish for your future success.
Thank you. Now, if there are any collections you want me to make...
Collector, I gotta see him right away.
Wait, you can't go in there.
Who's the collector of this finance company?
You're looking at him right now. What can I do for you?
Just hold that pose. That'll teach you to take my mother's lawnmower away.
Are you all right? Shall I get you some water?
Where am I?
You're at the Friendly Finance Company, located at 5th and Vine in the heart of the Low Rent District.
I'm lying on the floor and he's advertising.
Here, I'll help you up. Miss Kendall, give me a hand.
Of course.
Oh, I can't feel my nose.
Move your hand to the left a little.
You poor thing. That man had absolutely no right to hit you.
We've got the law on our side, you know.
We have?
He won't get away with it either. We'll sue him for every cent he's got.
Good.
And you can collect it.
Oh, no.
Well, it's a little later, and Rochester is telling his gardener friend Devilgrass Simpson about the Friendly Finance Company.
Say, Rochester, how you making out with your job at the Friendly Finance Company?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's interesting work. They told me the first thing I have to do when making a collection is put my foot in the door.
Well, that's good advice.
It didn't work out so good for me. The man I was trying to collect from was sitting in the car, and before I could get my foot back out, he dragged me for 3 blocks.
Listen in tomorrow to The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones, starring Eddie Anderson, brought to you at the same time every night by the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones is written by John L. Green. This production is supervised by Sam Perrin. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Broadcasting System invites you to sit back, relax, and listen to Eddie Anderson in The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones. Rochester, you were having a little trouble with your girl. How are you making out now?
Not so good. She's crazy about Franklin Monroe.
Just because he has money?
Yeah, Susie wants someone who can support her for the rest of her life.
Well, can't you do that?
Only if she doesn't live past Friday.
Yes, it's The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones. The amusing adventures of the happy-go-lucky fellow who works for that famous man in Beverly Hills, and brought to you by the Columbia Broadcasting System. Well, Rochester has needed a little extra cash to help him regain the affections of his girl, Susie. So, to get it, he's become a part-time collector for the Friendly Finance Company. This morning, we find him standing on Susie's front porch, knocking on the door for the second time.
Doesn't seem to be anybody home. That's funny. Maybe she's in the garden around the side. I love a gal who grows her own groceries. I'll go over to the side of the porch and take a look. Uh-oh, there's Susie now, and she's talking over the back fence to Lila Edwards.
Right now, if I had to decide between Franklin and Rochester, I don't know which one I'd choose.
Well, when you make up your mind, Susie, throw the other one to me.
Lila, what would you do if you had two men that were taking you out and dating you and trying to kiss you all the time, and you had to choose between them?
What would I do? I'd toss a coin and hope it come down sideways.
Serious, Lila.
Well, personally, I like a man who takes me to nice places.
Well, last week Franklin took me to the Palladium. Gee, I never knew they had such a beautiful dance floor.
Wait a minute. You told me the other day that Rochester took you there, too.
I know, but Franklin took me inside.
One shagging would be outside anyway. I'd better pretend I'm just getting here.
I wish I could complain about having too many men.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, honey. Hello, Lila.
Well, I guess you two want to be alone. Bye.
Goodbye, Lila.
Susie, I came over to ask you for a date for this evening.
Oh, but Rochester, it takes money to go on dates. And I've got a vague idea you're always short of money.
That isn't just a vague idea. That's the complete story. But not for long, honey. Your dreamboat has become a temporary businessman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a collector for the Friendly Finance Company, and I get a commission on every account I collect.
Oh, that's wonderful.
As a matter of fact, I'm on my way to the office right now.
Oh, you've got an office of your own?
Well, not exactly an office.
Oh, you mean you've got a desk?
Well, I wouldn't say that either.
Well, what do you have then?
A pad, a pencil, and a standing permit to use the payphone at the corner gas station. Anyway, I'll have money to take you out tonight.
Well, I don't know, Rochester. Franklin wants to take me to the opening of the Melody Club.
Well, let me take you, Susie. I'll have the money. I figure a night at the Melody Club, including the cover charge, will come to exactly $10, and I'll get that.
Well, how do you expect to get out without leaving a tip?
Shag, baby, shag. Well, if I'm going to raise that dough, I'd better get over to the office. Good morning, Mr. Finch.
Good morning, Rochester. I see you're here bright and early.
Yeah, I got to make some fast money. So just hand me that list of collections and point me in the right direction. I'm on my way out of the no-income bracket.
Good. Let's look over the list and see what there is for you. Let's see. You might try this one, Martin Smith. Just be polite and tell him who you are. And remember, you have the law on your side.
What did he buy that he hasn't paid for?
A double-barreled shotgun.
Let's look over the list a little further. How about this one?
No, that one's too easy. He wants to give up the item he got financed anyway. It's a television set.
Oh, why is he so anxious to give it back?
Now, when he bought it, he didn't know about Arthur Godfrey. Here we are. Rochester, if you can collect this delinquent account, you'll get $8 commission.
Now you're talking. What's his name?
Jake Zelinkas.
That name sounds familiar.
Well, it should. He's the leading contender for the heavyweight wrestling championship.
Are you sure you don't have any desk work for me to do?
No, our last collector is coming back to do that as soon as he gets out of the hospital. Now, I want you to collect from Jake Zelinkas.
Jake Zelinkas? He's a pretty good wrestler, isn't he?
Oh, yes. He's gone through 10 of our collectors undefeated. But don't you worry about that. Think of the $8.
I wish you'd make it 10.
Why?
I'd like to leave a large estate. Hello, Devilgrass.
Hello, Rochester.
Devilgrass, you're the best friend I've got, so I came over for some advice. But I see you're busy.
Oh, no, I'm through trimming this hedge. Come on in the kitchen. What's your problem, Rochester?
Well, Susie had a date to go to the opening of the Melody Club with Franklin Monroe, but she said she'd break it when I told her I'd have enough money to take her there. But I haven't haven't gotten the money yet, and if I don't get it, that'll be the end.
Oh, can't raise the money, huh?
Not unless I make a collection.
Well, make the collection. It sounds easy.
From a 240-pound wrestler? I'm talking about Jake Zelinkas. I can get hurt if he just leans on me.
Well, the only way to handle a fella like that is to shame him into it. If he hits you, turn the other cheek.
Devil Grass, after Jake Zelinkas hits you on one cheek, there's nothing left of the other one either.
Excuse me. Hello? Who? Just a minute. Are you here, Rochester?
Who is it?
It's a woman.
They always find me. Yeah, I'm here.
He says he's here. Hold the phone. Here you are.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. This is Susie. I broke the date with Franklin, and now I can go to the Melody Club with you tonight. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm not going with Franklin this time. Oh, he's handsome and intelligent. A wonderful dancer. But it'll be nice to have a change.
Thanks.
You'll have the money, won't you?
Yeah, I'll have the money.
Rochester, you don't sound very sure. And I want to tell you something. I broke that date with Franklin to go with you. And if you disappoint me this time, we're really through.
Now, honey.
And I mean it.
Don't worry, Susie. I'll have the money.
Well, I'll see you tonight, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I just don't know what to do. Somehow this Zelinkas frightens me. I'm really worried.
Oh, Rochester, you forget that you've got broad shoulders, strong arms, and you've got coordination that's just built for striking power. Why, you don't realize what you can do. You've got hidden resources.
That's right.
Why, when you arouse, you've got the strength of 7 men, the courage of a lion, the snarling ferocity of a wounded tiger.
Yeah.
Now, why are you worried about Zelinkas?
I'm afraid I'll kill him.
Oh, nurse. Hey, nurse.
Here I am, Mr. Zelinkas. I was in the kitchen.
Could you move this pillow a little? I'm in terrible pain.
Oh, of course. I'll fluff it up for you.
Thanks.
There, now. That ought to be better.
Thanks, nurse. Thanks.
Oh, I didn't realize a man could get so badly hurt in a wrestling match. Well, you got both your arms broken, a fractured leg, and 3 cracked ribs.
Yeah.
Is wrestling always that dangerous?
No, it never would have happened if I hadn't missed a rehearsal. But will you get the door, nurse?
Yes?
Is Mr. Zelinkas in?
Yes, he is.
That's too bad.
Well, you've come at a rather an awkward time. I just hope you won't upset him.
I endorse that feeling 100%, and I hope it's vice versa with him.
You see, he wrestled a man last night and broke his arms, fractured his leg, and cracked some of his ribs.
I can take the census any time. Goodbye.
Well, maybe by the time you come back, Mrs. Zelinkas will have recovered.
Yes, I hope so, too, and... Wait a minute. You mean Mr. Zelinkas is the one that got busted up last night?
Yes, it was awful.
Well, where is he now?
He's in bed.
Can he move at all?
Oh, no, he's absolutely helpless.
What's the matter with you? Stand aside, lady. Rochester Van Jones is about to make a collection.
Rochester, do you mean you actually collected the $100 from Zelinkas?
Sure, all in a day's work. It was nothing.
Well, this is amazing. Was he mad when you asked him for the money?
Yeah, he felt terrible. He was all broken up.
I can't believe it.
It's true. When I left, he had a broken arm, a fractured leg, and a couple of cracked ribs.
Little but mighty, eh?
Now, about my $10 commission.
Hey, it's worth it. Here you are.
Thanks. I better run along now, Mr. Finch. My girl is waiting for me to crush her in my arms.
Oh, by the way, there's one more collection I'd like to have you make. This one here from Mrs. Jackson. It's right on your way. You'll be able to pick up a couple of more bucks.
Good. Then I'll be able to take Susie in a taxi. Yes, sir, this is my lucky day. I just have to make this last collection, and I'm off to Susie. How do you do? I'd like to see Mrs. Jackson.
I'm Miss Jackson. Won't you come in?
Yes, thank you.
My, it's so nice to see a friendly face. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
I'm always so happy when I have a visitor, especially when it's a fine young man like you. I'll fix some tea for you. I haven't got any cookies, but I'll put a piece of toast on the stove. How'll that be?
Oh, just fine. I'd better get this over before I lose my nerve. Mrs. Jackson, I'm from the Friendly Finance Company.
Please don't call me Miss Jackson. Just call me Mother.
Do you know you're 3 months overdue on your payments? Mother? 3 months overdue.
Yes, I'm afraid I do, son. But I haven't got a penny in the house.
If you can't make the payments, I'll have to take your stove back. Mother? Really, I will.
First, have your tea. I hope you don't want it too strong. After I use the tea bag a few times, it loses a little flavor.
I know I'm going to hate myself for this, but I have to do my duty.
Here's your tea, son.
Thank you.
And here's your toast.
Thanks. Mrs. Jackson, that stove is awfully important to you, isn't it? You have to cook on it.
Well, most of the time I just use it to keep the room warm. But I haven't any money, so I guess you'll just have
No, I don't, Mrs. Jackson. I've made up my mind. I'm not going to take that stove away from you.
But if you don't, you'll lose your job. You better take it right now.
No, I can't.
But you got to. Yeah. I'll help you carry.
Wait a minute. Just a minute now. I happen to have $10 in my pocket, and that'll pay you up to date.
Oh, son, I can't let you do that. You probably need the money.
Oh, me? I'm loaded. Here's your receipt.
Thank you, son.
That's all right. Goodbye. Mother? Well, it looks like I'm not going out with Susie tonight. The only thing I don't understand is how can a guy feel so miserable and so wonderful at the same time?
Well, things didn't turn out too bad for Rochester and Susie. In fact, right now, they're at the Melody Club.
This sure is a nice place, and the food is good, too. Are you enjoying yourself, Susie?
Oh, I sure am. And I think it was very broad-minded of you, too, to invite Franklin to come along with us.
Broad-minded nothing. Somebody's got to pay the check.
I wonder if Rochester was so smart after all. Sure, Franklin paid the check, but that only made him a bigger man in Susie's eyes. What's Rochester going to do now? Listen in tomorrow to The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones, starring Eddie Anderson. Brought to you at the same time every night by the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones is written by John L. Green. This production is supervised by Sam Perrin. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life be worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing It's a Most Unusual Day.
It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. As an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. There's a most unusual sky. Not a sign of a cloud passing by. And if I want to sing, throw my heart in the ring. It's a most unusual day. There are people meeting people. There is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people. And a feeling of spring in the air. Most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual day.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedans,
Westinghouse laundromats,
From Silver Fox scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Well, we've seldom seen a more glorious fall morning than this one in the little town of Weaverville. Brilliant sunshine turns each autumn leaf to gold, and there's a tang in the air like wine. No wonder there's a sparkle in every eye, a carefree smile on every face. No wonder pure joy of living... Well, wait a minute. What's this? Why, there's our young hero, Dennis Day, walking into the Anderson house with the most woebegone expression we've ever seen. My goodness, he hasn't looked like this since the junior G-men discharged him for being over age. I wonder what's happened.
Why, Dennis, it's only 10 o'clock. What are you doing home from the shoe store?
I've got a good notion not to go back to that shoe store ever, Mildred. The boss and I had words this morning.
Words? What do you mean, words?
I said good morning, and he said you're fired.
Dennis, no. Well, what on earth did you do?
Oh, I guess it was that order I bought from a salesman without consulting the boss. Gosh, I still think 300 pairs of ladies' mules with fur on them at 50 cents a pair is a good buy.
Oh, gee, it seems so to me, too.
Sure. How did I know they were all size 13 and a half?
Dear, isn't it just awful the bad... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children. Something wrong, Mildred? You look a little upset.
Oh, Dennis is out of work again, Daddy.
Yeah, it's getting pretty darn discouraging going from one job to another, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, now, all you need is a little responsibility, my boy. Until a young man gets married, he's like a deflated balloon, incapable of rising. Someday you'll find your gas bag just as I have.
Daddy's right, Dennis. I've heard him say many times that he was incomplete until he met Mother.
Sure. She was what finished me off, all right.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, well, just a little belly laugh to cheer up Dennis. Now, why not drop in at that employment agency downtown, my boy? I'm sure they'll locate something for you.
Gee, do you really think so?
Why, of course. And then when you're finished, drop over at the hotel. I'll be down there on business today, and we can have lunch together.
Okay, I'll see you around noon.
But try not to be too disappointed if the employment agency doesn't find something for you immediately, won't you, Dennis?
Sure, I will.
Remember, you can always collect your unemployment insurance. After all, $20 a week isn't to be sneezed at.
No, especially when it's $3 more than I've been making. So I thought if you could find me something steady,
Why, of course, young man. We'll do our very best for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Just sit right down on that couch while I read off a list of occupations, and when you hear one that appeals to you, let me know. Ready? Accountant, actuary, architect.
Ooh.
Architect?
No, loose spring.
Yes, it does do that once in a while.
I think it's only a flesh wound.
Good. Perhaps we'd better get your vital statistics for our records before we go any further. Now, your name again?
Dennis Day.
Oh, yes. Your age and weight, please.
22 and 159. The larger number is my weight.
Yes, I had a hunch it might be. As far as school is concerned, how far did you go, Mr. Day?
3 blocks.
Mr. Day, I'm beginning to adore you.
Really?
Yes. And now this next question usually gets a plain, dull yes or no for an answer. But somehow I'm counting on you heavily. Tell me, are you a white-collar worker?
Oh, usually, but of course you know how the laundries are these days.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. And now then, what was your last job?
Oh, I sold shoes.
What kind?
Right ones and left ones.
Interesting. People with 3 feet were just out of luck, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Shall we continue? This is fun. Are you by any chance adept with your hands, Mr. Day?
Well, I can put them in front of a light and make a rabbit shadow on the wall.
Well, bully for you. But what I meant was, are you skilled at any manual labor?
Gee, no, I'm afraid not.
Then we have to rely on your mental attributes in placing you, huh?
Yes, sir.
We're in trouble, Mr. Day.
Gosh, really?
Really. However, suppose you leave your number, and if something turns up, I'll give you a call.
Oh, swell. I'll be at the Weaverville Hotel for the next hour. After that, call 227.
Fine. If a man answers, I won't hang up. By some wild stretch of the imagination, it might be you.
Sam, I'm telling you, this hotel lobby is giving me the willies. What's the matter with people in these tank towns? Ain't they buying phony oil properties anymore?
Doc, it ain't like the old days. The oil racket's been done to death. Nowadays, you need a real standout dope.
Yeah, but you'd think a town this size would have at least one prime... Hey, Sam.
Huh?
You see the kid over there waiting for someone? The one with them big, innocent, brown eyes?
You mean the guy over there twiddling his thumbs?
Yeah. See how hard he has to concentrate to keep him from colliding?
Uh-huh. Hey, look. That beautiful brunette with the wire-haired terrier's walking right in front of him. Oh, brother, has she got gorgeous legs, huh? Look at the kid's head time.
Yeah, but he's looking at the wire-haired terrier.
Oh, that's our man. Go to work.
Pardon me, young man, but I just don't seem able to place your face.
Oh, really? It's just where everybody else's is.
No. What I am trying...
I'm afraid I've got some bad news, J.B.
Yeah?
Oil has just been discovered on our land in Texas.
Oh, no! Oh, unless we can unload that land somehow, we'll be stuck with another $1 million.
This is stuck?
Look, young man, you don't understand. This puts us in a higher income tax bracket.
Sure, and right now we owe the government so much money that they don't know whether to throw us into jail or recognize us as a foreign power.
Oh, if we could only find someone to take this land off our hands, say, for a measly $2 an acre.
Well, if you're really in trouble, fellas, I'd be...
A good boy. Now, how much land do you want?
Well, wait till I figure how much cash I can lay my hands on. Let's see now. Could I get much oil out of about 2.5 yards?
We should have known, Sam.
Yeah, come on, Duke. Forget it, kid. We're looking for a big...
Hey, wait a minute. Gosh, this would be a wonderful thing for Mrs. Anderson. She might buy the whole 100 acres.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yeah, I'm going to marry her daughter. And if I let her in on this, she'll have something to thank me for.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, my boy. We'll give you this deed to the property, and if this Mrs. Anderson buys it, just turn the $200 over to us, and we'll pay you a 10% commission. $10.
Oh, boy. Thanks, gentlemen. Gosh, Mrs. Anderson always wondered whether I had any brains or not. Well, I'll stop that in a hurry.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing With a Twist of the Wrist.
With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come-hither look in your eye. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Yes, I'm just, after all, at your beck, at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? When with a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
Well, Dennis has been promised a commission if he can sell Mrs. Anderson 100 acres of Texas oil land at $2 an acre, not knowing, of course, that he's been taken in by two phony confidence men. And because the sale is so important to him, he's been remembering the main points of the salesmanship course he took in high school. Never force the issue. Wait until the thing you're selling comes up naturally and normally in the conversation. Let's watch him put this technique into operation.
Nice day, isn't it, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
A little warm for October.
Maybe.
Think prices will continue rising?
If they do, taxes better start coming down.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm glad you brought that up.
Brought what up?
Taxes, greatest state in the Union.
What?
Boy, what oil lands. Why, if you could buy just one little bit of property...
Oh, keep quiet.
Too abrupt, huh? Okay, let's try it again. Nice day, isn't it?
Dennis, I'm warning you. I'm in a black mood. I have a cold.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Brought what up?
Black gold.
What are you talking about?
Well, Mrs. Anderson, I know where you can buy some Texas oil property for only $2 an acre.
Oil property? Dennis Day, do you take me for an idiot?
What's that got to do with it?
Do you really think I'm dumb enough to fall for a thing like oil property?
But this will make you a millionaire, Mrs. Anderson. For an investment of only $2 an acre, you
Oh, stop. I wouldn't touch a thing like that with a 10-foot pole. It's the most ridiculous thing that...
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Day. This is Mr. Nelson at the Employment Agency.
Who is it, Dennis?
Oh, it's for me, Mrs. Anderson.
I never thought I'd be saying this to you, Mr. Day, but I have a job for you.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
Oh, it's just business, Mrs. Anderson. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Well, have you ever heard of C.J. Farrington?
C.J. Farrington?
Why, that's the richest man.
Property out in the hills, and he wants someone to clear it off for him.
Uh-huh.
Chop down trees and cut away the brush. He'll pay $10 for every acre that's cleared.
$10 an acre?
Good heavens, it's up $8 an acre already.
You know how to handle that type of work, don't you, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. I can clean up all right.
Oh, Clara Anderson, you fool.
Tell him I'll be there first thing in the morning, Mr. Nelson.
Maybe it's not too late.
And thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Dennis.
Yes, ma'am?
I've said some rather peculiar things to you every now and then, haven't I, dear?
Yes, ma'am.
But you've always known that way down deep inside me I adore you. Haven't you?
No, ma'am.
I do, Dennis. You're the sweetest boy I've ever met.
Mrs. Anderson, are you asking me to become the father of the girl I love?
Of course not, dear boy. I just want a teensy-weensy favor. This C.J. Farrington is a very wealthy man, isn't he?
Farrington? Oh, yeah, he's loaded.
Of course he is. He has all the money he needs. I don't see why he should have any more, do you?
I'd rather not answer that. I might get investigated.
No, you don't understand, Dennis. You see, I want you to sell me that oil property at the original cost of $2 an acre.
You do? Well, gosh. Okay, sure.
Oh, you darling. I'll write you out a check for $200 immediately.
But I don't understand, Mrs. Anderson. A minute ago you said you wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, well. You know that girls are always permitted to change their minds, don't you?
Sure, but what's that got to do? Ooh, I nearly said. $10, Mildred. Look, I gave your mother's check to those men, and they gave me $10 whole. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to become a real estate operator. I've always wanted yachts, servants, Cadillacs, and a bow tie that lights up.
But what I don't understand is why Mother bought oil land. It isn't like her. Did Mr. Farrington really offer $10 an acre for it?
Huh? Gosh, no. He just offered me $10 an acre to clean off some... Oh, but she'll thank me when she becomes a millionaire.
You mean if she becomes a millionaire? What did those two men look like, Dennis?
Oh, just average-looking fellows. One was wearing a black and white checkered suit and had shifty eyes, and the other one was short, and the hair on his forehead came down to about... I could be in trouble, huh?
I hope not, Dennis. We better see where the property's located. That's why I got out this map of Texas.
Yeah, let's see what the deed says now. 20 miles due south of Galveston, Texas, and 75 miles west of Freeport. That would put it right about here on the map.
There?
Yeah, Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, Dennis.
Boy.
Oh, we better call the police.
We can't. I sold the land to your mother, and they'd arrest me. No, I'll go confess to your mother, and then she'll just... Yeah, let's call the police.
No, you were right. We can't. Oh, if there were only some way to get Mother's money back. To make those men think the oil property's really valuable.
Yeah, sure, but what are we going to...
Wait! Dennis, I think I've got it. Get your hat, quick.
Why, yes, miss. Who for you?
Oh, Mr. Brown, you've got to help us. I'm private secretary to a very prominent newscaster. Our plane was forced down en route to New York, and he simply must be on the air immediately.
Oh, I see. Which newscaster is it? Raymond Grand Swing, Elmer Davis, Gabriel Hito, Lowell Thomas, Fulton Lewis Jr.? I know them all personally.
Did you mention H.B. Talton Bourne?
No, I don't believe I ever met him.
You can come in now, Mr. Kaltenborn.
Good evening, everybody.
Well, good evening, Mr. Kaltenborn. This is a great honor, believe me.
Thank you. You're the manager of this radio station?
Yes, sir, and my entire staff is at your disposal, sir.
Splendid. Your efforts will be appreciated, I'm sure.
Fine. Now, is there anything I can get for you?
Yes, this chair is a trifle hard. I'd like a nice soft cushion.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
Good work, Dennis. I'll run over to the hotel and make sure the radio in the lobby's real loud so those crooks will be sure to hear you. And when you get through, call Mother and tell her what's happened and what to expect.
Okay, and if it doesn't work, you call the undertaker and tell him who to expect. And so, the situation in Russia is grave indeed.
Do they have to play that radio so loud?
Relax, Duke.
And now we leave the foreign news of Russia and Prussia and turn to the domestic scene concerning a Texas oil gotcha. Tremendous oil strike was made late this afternoon on the floor of the Gulf of Mexico.
Sam, did you hear that?
Yeah, shut up a minute.
The locality of the strike is believed to be 20 miles south of Galveston and 75 miles west of Freeport.
Holy smoke, our tidelands property.
It is interesting to note how the discovery came up. Each factory was squeezing a walleye pipe, expecting to extract cod liver oil. Imagine his surprise when out squirted pure 100% Pennsylvania.
Duke, come on. Come on. We got to get hold of that Mrs. Anderson.
We got to get that property back.
In my life, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm a pretty smart guy at times.
You certainly are.
We could only figure out why the times are so far apart.
Well, this time you were glorious. Oh, if you could only have seen those crooks' faces when I had my check back and told them how we tricked them with that fake broadcast.
Gee, I'll bet it was wonderful.
It was priceless.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Say, did you hear H.V. Calton?
Did we? Oh!
I'll say we did.
I found the hotel who owned that oil property. And guess what?
What?
But they couldn't have heard the broadcast because they sold me the entire property for $10 an acre.
Oh, no.
No.
Next plane, I'm going down to inspect the property.
Dennis Day, you started this.
Wait a minute. Mr. Anderson, I'll get my bathing suit and go with you.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's Colgate Dental Cream. Give your teeth thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In answer to so many requests, here's Dennis with George Dooning and the orchestra to sing Because.
Because you come to me, and hold my hand and lift mine eyes above. hope and joy I see, because you come to me. Because you speak to me, I find the roses waking round my feet, and I am led through tears and joy to thee, because you speak to me. Because God made thee mine, I'll cherish thee through light and darkness, through all time to be, and pray His love may make our love divine, because God made thee mine. Through light and darkness, through all time to be, and pray His love may make our love divine, because God made thee mine.
Night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Voice of America presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, The Halls of Ivy.
that surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. This evening, Dr. William Todhunter Hall is attending a Board of Governors meeting, leaving his wife Victoria to preside at number 1 Faculty Row. It's still early, and Mrs. Hall has found the right book and the right chair and is well prepared to spend the next couple of hours in gainful solitude when suddenly she hears the front doorknob turn, the door slowly open and close, and footsteps approach the living room.
Who's there?
Don't make no trouble, sister. This is an inside job.
Oh, well, come right inside. You'll find the petty cash in the cookie jar in the kitchen and the silvers in the sideboard.
Pardon me, Vicky, but in the interest of accuracy, I must inform you that there is no petty cash in the cookie jar.
What?
I raided it this morning. I couldn't bear the pathetic spectacle of Professor Quincannon's 3 children staring hungrily at a passing ice cream wagon.
Well, that was very sweet of you. But what happened tonight? I didn't expect you for at least another hour.
And there is no silver in the sideboard either. Mrs. Quincannon borrowed it.
Yeah, but what did the Board of Governors...
It seems that a caravan of relatives from Smackover, Arkansas, had bivouacked for the night in the professor's backyard. They were putting up the tents as I passed by, and the fragrance of toasted marshmallows over the open campfire was overpowering.
Yes, but what did the Board of Governors...
You know, I am sometimes convinced that the seat of memory lies in the olfactory organs.
What do you mean, the old factory organs? It's a ridiculous idea. Now, organs in factories, even in old factories, may be good psychologically and increase production, but who knows where it will all end? Organs, brass bands, square dancing, people leaving their machines to form quartets in corners.
Victoria...
The organist playing the can in the bottling department. Roll out the bottle in the in the canning department. Keep those bottles quiet in the barrel department. It's confusion.
Victoria.
It's chaos.
Mrs.
I suppose
Hall.
there might be a little swing on the swing shift, but excuse me. What did you say?
I said olfactory, from the Latin olfactus, meaning the sense of smell.
What about it?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea what I started... Oh, yes. I was about to say that to me, at least, certain smells have the power of summoning up nostalgic images. The spicy cinnamon scent of carnations, for instance, makes me think of the day we were married.
You had one in your buttonhole.
Yes, a white one. Then there's the lovely smell of new-mown lawn.
Oh, I know. Our first day in this house, they just cut the grass.
Yes. And the gentle and melancholy fragrance of burning leaves. The pre-football game bonfires the first autumn you were with me here at Ivy. Then there is peppermint. It always reminds me of the little sweet shop in Yorkshire where we took refuge from the rain.
Yes. And where you made the remark about Yorkshire pudding, the triumph of mind over batter.
Yes.
Claudia, do all these fragrances remind you of something we did together?
You know, it hadn't occurred to me, but I believe they do. Good heavens, it's as if I'd been born the day we met, with no previous existence. I must have spent my youth with a perpetual head cold.
Yeah. Well, now that you've recovered, tell me what happened at the board meeting tonight, which brought you home so early and so chipperly.
Mr. Wellman's out of town, in Chicago on business. So the agenda was greatly expedited by his absence, and the motion for adjournment was reached in record-breaking time. But you know, we all missed Mr. Wellman.
Now, that breaks another record.
Yes, he's been gone almost a week, and he hasn't telephoned once to ask me what I'm doing, why I am doing it, and please stop immediately. Well, this is out of character for Mr. Wellman. It mystifies me. Although I suppose
Telephone. It's probably the Quincannons wanting to know if they can borrow a sleeping bag. Do we have one?
Well, I don't think so, but if we did, they'd be welcome to it. My policy is to let sleeping bags lie.
Well, ask a peculiar question and get an exotic answer, I always say.
Let me lift the receiver, dear. You've been working hard all day.
I have?
Oh, haven't you?
No.
Oh, good. Save your strength. We have a chess game to finish tonight. Dr. Hall speaking.
I know, Dr. Hall. This is Clarence Wellman.
Why, hello, Mr. Wellman.
You were supposed to have a board meeting tonight. Why didn't you?
Well, we did have a board meeting tonight.
Well, how could you? I called the board office. Nobody answered. And if you did, what'd you do?
You're through too early.
Well, we disposed of all the business on the agenda.
Oh, you did? What'd you do about the vacant post in the psychology department?
The board agreed with your proposal that we leave it unfilled for the time being, Mr. Wellman.
My proposal? When did I ever? I never. Oh, yes. I remember. I did. But now I don't. I want to talk to you about that, Dr. Hall, but this is long business. Army distance. Very expensive. Listen as fast as you can. Are you listening, Dr. Hall?
Yes, right here, Mr. Wellman, hanging on your every nickel.
Well, then, we're arriving tomorrow at 6:30.
We?
Of course, we. Spatzman will be with me.
What will be with you?
Spatzman. Dr. Oscar Spatzman. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't believe I ever...
Please make all necessary arrangements. Over 3 minutes. Goodbye.
Vicky, is there something I should know about a certain Spatzman?
Of course. It's a German pancake we used to eat at that greeny place on 14th. Why? Is Mr. Wellman going into the pancake business? You must have heard they have a rapid turnover.
No, this is a Dr. Spatzman. Mr. Wellman said, and I quote, Dr. Oscar Spatzman will be with me. Please make all necessary arrangements. Well, what arrangements? For a doctor? Anesthesia? Nurses? Who's being operated on? Shall I get into a hospital gown? One of those monstrous garments?
Here we go again.
Made with fibers of the prickly pear and cut by a mad tailor. With the delusion that the human race is made up of midgets who spend their days with spinal column exposed, comparing kneecaps and wandering down hospital And what did you think of Dr. Spatzman, Mr. Merriweather? Sort of what? Cute. Good heavens. What kind of a doctor is he? Oh, psychology. Well, thank you for calling, Charles. Yes, I'll tell her. Goodbye.
Tell me what?
That he's mad about you and that any time you get tired of me, just set fire to the house and he'll be here on the first hook and ladder.
But how about Dr. Spatzman?
Well, Dr. Spatzman has arrived with Mr. Wellman, who is all smiles and full of old Heidelberg courtesies. Mr. Merriweather says Dr. Spatzman speaks some 25 languages and has 32 degrees.
Yeah, he should try for 64. He's freezing.
No, he's basking in the warmth of Mr. Wellman's approval. He's obviously Clarence's candidate for the vacancy in our psychology department. Oscar Spatzman, psychology. I should be able to place him, Vicky.
Lie down on the couch. It might help you to remember. Now, what's the first thing that comes into your mind?
German pancakes. That's all I can think of. However, I believe the little bird will tell us himself.
What little bird?
Spatzman, which is German for sparrows.
Oh.
So let's welcome this Dr. Sparrow who has dropped into Ivy from out of the blue. For as Hamlet said, there's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all.
The Voice of America is bringing you this rebroadcast presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
And now to return to The Halls of Ivy. It's the next afternoon, and Dr. and Mrs. Hall are expectantly awaiting the arrival of Mr. Wellman and his celebrated guest, Dr. Oscar Spatzman.
Did Mr. Wellman give you any more of a dossier on his protege?
No, my sweet. At this point, Mr. Wellman is completely incoherent. All he can say is that everything is gemütlich and that I will be delighted with Dr. Spatzman's Weltanschauung.
Isn't it a shame our only recording of the Blue Danube's broken? I have a feeling that this is an occasion which calls for suitable background music.
And I have a feeling that I'd be much happier if I could identify Dr. Spatzman.
Yeah.
I've checked with several members of the department, and they don't seem to know him either. But then, psychologists are specialists and are apt to confine themselves to their own schools. You can't imagine, for instance, any self-respecting Freudian speaking politely to a Jungite.
Even if the Jungite was Gemütlichkeit?
And yet, despite their violent differences in theory, there is actually a good deal of agreement on basic conclusions.
Well, I have only one theory. If you have anything on your mind, get rid of it. You may wind up with an empty mind, but you won't have ulcers.
Well, very good, Vicky, but psychologists are only concerned with what you have on your mind.
Well, how do they know what I have in my mind?
Well, you tell them.
Well, how can I tell them if I don't know?
But you do know. You just don't know you know.
Yeah, but if I don't know I know, how can I get them to tell me?
That's psychology.
I'm afraid I'd be a very dull subject for a psychologist. Every time I lie down on the couch, I fall asleep.
Oh, my darling, you are that rare person who is completely uncomplicated and possesses a delightful equanimity of spirit and a joyous consonance with reality.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor.
Anytime, dear.
Yeah, but leave me a couple of my little neuroses, though. There are one or two that are pets of mine, and every once in a while I like to take them out of my mental closet and dust them off and give them a pat on the head and put them back where they came from.
That's exactly my point. You have, my dear...
Well, whatever I have, I hope it'll keep, because I think that's one of my big neuroses at the door now.
Mr. Wellman is not a neurosis, Vicky. He's just a simple anxiety, but I'd better answer the door before he becomes complicated.
But don't bother, darling. Louise has got it.
Greetings, Dr. Hall.
Ah, Mr. Wellman, come in.
Good afternoon to you, Mrs. Hall.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, it is. Yes, it certainly is. Well, here we are. Dr. Hall, Mrs. Hall, it is my great privilege to present to you a man who, an international scholar, which the distinguished psychologist, Dr. Oscar Spatzman.
How do you do, Dr. Spatzman?
Freut mich sehr, gnädige Frau. One of my so cherished memories of London, an evening in the theater illuminated by the radiance of Fräulein Cromwell.
Really? How nice. What play was that, Dr. Spatzman?
Play? The play was nothing. It was only the leading lady.
Oh,
may I kiss your hand, madame?
Thank you.
And Herr Dr. Hall. I consider it a great honor.
Well, thank you.
I've been an admirer of yours for years. Your essay on the crisis in modern-day education is, how shall I say it, classicus. A magnum opus.
Well, thank you. It doesn't really merit that.
You see, Dr. Hall, what did I tell you? Old world, continental. This is an occasion, a red letter and historic, which will all remember the day Dr. Spatzman crossed our threshold. Please, Mr. Wellman, you're flattering. No, you're much too modest, Spatzman. For a man who's been everywhere, taught everywhere, Heidelberg, Stuttgart, Zurich, Vienna, Baden. Please, only 2 Baden. Baden.
Well, I thought that was a health resort, a spa.
Yes, and it would be a fine location for a psychologist.
Yeah. We had a clinic there. Kratzig, Zeckenzauer und Spatzen.
Kratzig, not Otto Kratzig.
You know him?
Well, naturally, I've heard of the great Dr. Kratzig. Unfortunately, I've never had the opportunity
talking about Kratzig. Dr. Hall, wait until you hear about Dr. Spatzman's merry-go-round. It upsets all the, from the ground up. That is, go on, Doctor. Tell them about it.
A merry-go-round at Baden.
Did you have a carnival there as well as a clinic?
Very good, Mrs. Hall. If we had more carnival in our life, we would have less clinic, nicht wahr? But Mr. Wellman is referring to the Spatzman psychology theory, by which I mean the mind is a kind of merry-go-round, a carousel. Carousel, Spatzman, carousel. Yeah, thank you. A carousel. A carousel which mirrors reflecting the world above.
Well, that's a novel portrait of the mind. And I suppose whenever you have a good idea, it's like catching the brass ring.
Yeah. Also, it is like a telephone exchange. Like a telephone exchange for receiving licht reflexes, that is, light reflexes, and then sometimes it is die Trübungen des Meerwassers, the ocean waters, which reflect on the superganglia. But all these are mere details of my basic theory of Einfühlung and Zeitgeist.
In feeling and world spirit, am I correct?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm dizzy from riding on the merry-go-round, but when did Einfühlung and Zeitgeist get on?
Mrs. Hall, this is no time for jokes. Oh, it is no joke, Mr. Wellman. It is brilliant. Simply brilliant. The carousel must stop for the Einfühlung, or we have no Zeitgeist. As we say in Latin, vobistulis, vobistular.
Yeah. Vobistulis, vobistular.
My very words, but that's all right. I was through with them anyway.
Well, die Umhüllungstrikot-Cerebrospinalflüssigkeit in every living marine culture is sometimes mixed with microscopic exercitio spiritualia militaria, which a layman simply calls a headache.
Nothing that any silly aspirin couldn't handle.
Yeah. Magna est veritas et prevaledit. Or as the French put it, onis swaki malipans, or in Old Greek, homeda rais anthropos ou paidoltai.
Well, the Greeks seem to have had more than one word for it, whatever it is.
I suppose a rough translation of that phrase would be that unless a man has been pushed around a bit, he is not educated. Am I right, Doctor?
Yeah, but I did not realize you were a Greek scholar, Dr. Hall.
Oh, I'm not a qualified polylinguist such as yourself, but I picked up a phrase or two here and there.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Hello? Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you. Yes, what is it? Well, I thought I told you. Well, he did? Well, tell him I'll be right over.
Oh, you have to leave, Mr. Wellman?
Yes, the way they depend on me the minute I step out, everything goes... Well, if you'll all excuse...
I will come with you, Mr. Wellman.
No, you stay here. Talk, get acquainted. Dr. Hall, will you see me to the door?
Why, of course, Mr. Wellman.
Auf Wiedersehen, Peter. Auf Wiedersehen, Oscar. And goodbye, Mrs. Hall.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman. And don't you worry about Dr. Spatzman. We'll take good care of him for you.
Impressive, isn't he, Dr. Hall?
Well, Mr. Wellman, I must confess...
Look, I ran into him in Chicago. He seemed to take a liking to me right away. Now, this is what I suggest you do. Tell him about the opening in the psychology department next year. But don't offer him too much money. Charm him, Dr. Hall. Charm him. A lot depends on how you handle him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Wellman. A lot depends on how I handle him.
So you see, Dr. Hall, it was really in Zurich that I did my most important research work. Such a lovely city.
Tell me, Dr. Spatzman, since you spent so much time in Zurich, you must know Professor Emil Grausbach?
Grausbach? Oh, Emil. Oh, dear friend, marvelous man. Of course, our theories conflicted somewhat.
Oh, naturally, since he's not a psychologist. His field is medieval history.
History? Oh, yeah, of course. That's such a fine companion. We spent many wonderful nights together in our favorite cabaret.
Now, would that by any chance be that delightful place in Zurich called Das Puppenspiel?
Das Puppenspiel?
Yeah, you know, right around the corner from the Hansversgasse, you know.
Oh, das Puppenspiel. Ja. Wunderbar. Never can I forget the Schnitzel à la Holstein.
Und die Straße Walzer.
Ja, und der Straße der Violinspieler.
Well, Dr. Spatzman, I mentioned Professor Grausbach for another reason. After all, wasn't he the brother-in-law of your associate, Otto Kratzig?
Was he? Oh, yeah, brother-in-law. Else Brausbach married Otto Kratzig, yeah.
Oh, no. It was Clara Kratzig who married Emil Grausbach.
Oh, no. It couldn't possibly. Yeah. Imagine, I forgot that.
I shouldn't wonder. The whole thing's a little complicated.
But Clara Kratzig. Oh, du bist wie eine Blume. I remember the first time I ever saw her. Early one summer in the Bavarian Alps.
I was the guest of the Geheime Staatsrat of Heilbrunn, 1937 that was.
Heilbrunn, 1937? Why, we must just have missed you. We were there that summer.
Yeah, no wonder Clara looked so beautiful. She just met Grossbach.
Yes. Yes, and it would have been a glorious marriage, wouldn't it, Dr. Spatzman? If there had ever been a Grossbach or a Clara Kratzig.
But I do wish there'd really been a Puppenspiel. It sounded so nice and so schön.
Yeah. What a pity. Yeah, I see. Well, you have been so kind, so I must be going.
Now, there's no necessity to leave so quickly.
No.
Mr. Wellman wanted me to talk to you about the vacancy in our psychology department. Of course, with your background and credentials.
Credentials? Well, unfortunately, they were destroyed during the war. Also, there's a trouble with the foreign exchange and my bankers in Amsterdam.
Well, I'm sure that Mr. Wellman would appreciate your difficulties. Perhaps in advance from him.
Oh, no. He has already. That is... Dr. Hall, I have many qualifications. Knowledge of languages, infinite experience in many fields. I could wash your car, please. Or, Mrs. Saul, maybe you need a butler.
Well, if you really want to stay here...
Yeah.
And I can see that you're a very versatile man.
Oh, yeah.
We might have an opening. However, it's only...
Oh, the only is unimportant. Anything. I'm a psychologist, but also a philosopher. When you are hunting for your supper, to try for venison is admirable, but to settle for rabbit is reasonable. So if you do not get what I hope I like what I get.
Well, Mr. Spatzman, if I may quote your famous compatriot, Baron Munchausen, chance and good luck often correct many a mistake. And who knows what brief encounter may open the door to unexpected palaces.
I got back as fast as I could, Dr. Hall. But where's Dr. Spatzman? What have you done with him?
He's gone, Mr. Wellman.
Gone? You mean to say? Slipped right through your fingers. After all,
He's gone to work, Mr. Wellman.
What? Gone to work? Where?
Here at Ivy.
Oh, that's impossible, Dr. Hall. The vacancy in the psychology department isn't open until next year.
Well, he's found an opportunity in a new field, and he seems to be very happy.
New field? What new field? What are you talking about?
Now, Mr. Wellman, your friend felt that he wanted to do some research here at Ivy. And when I suggested a certain project, he accepted my offer with alacrity.
How much did you have to give him?
I think you'll find it's a very reasonable salary, Mr. Wellman.
Well, I'll go into that with you later. Oh, dear, I have to run arrangements, reception for Dr. Spatzman tonight, you know. You're coming, of course.
Oh, we wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, good. Well, I'm glad you appreciate my choice, Dr. Hall. Dr. Spatzman is going to be a great asset to Ivy. Yeah, see you tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman.
We should have told him. He'll just pop when he finds out.
Well, I think Oscar will be able to cope with him. He's a very imaginative and ingenious, and perpetuates a glorious tradition of unabashed prevarication.
Oh, I think he's great fun, but Toddy, the reception for him tonight.
Well, why not? We'll be greeting a newcomer to Ivy, a scholar in the art of storytelling and a psychologist in the art of knowing just how long he can get away with it. And the fact that the good Dr. Spatzman has just been appointed third assistant gardener in the Ivy maintenance department will only make the occasion a more historic one. Nothing like a new broom to sweep away your Weltschmerz.
And if he has any gratitude at all, he'll go out tomorrow and send us a dozen long-stem neuroses.
starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Poole. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Dr. Spatzman was Fritz Phelps. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks. Well, it's Saturday afternoon in Mel Blanc's little town, and Mel and his girl Betty, like most romantic young couples, are enjoying the movie matinee at the Bijou. Now the show is over, and in some dark spot of the theater, we hear Mary Jones saying to her boyfriend,
"We have to go now, Frank. Take your arm away."
And in the back row, we hear Susan Arnold saying to her boyfriend,
"All right, Henry, the lights are up. Wipe that lipstick off your face."
At another dimly lit corner of the theater, where Mel has been sitting with Betty, we hear Betty saying,
"Oh, Mel, the picture's over. Wake up."
So now we find Betty and Mel, having left the theater, walking homeward, and Mel, still under the influence of what he has just seen, is enacting a portion of the picture.
"I want you, Ingrid. I'm going to take you in my arms and hug you and squeeze you and crush you tighter and tighter, tighter."
Mel, get away from that lamppost.
Gosh, if only I were an actor. The salaries those guys make. Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, Gary Cooper. I'll bet some of them make as high as $50, $60 a week.
Darling, they make at least $1,000 a week.
$1,000 a week? Oh, Betty, if I made that much, we could live like kings. Eat the best. Every night, chow mein.
Don't be silly.
Oh, you think I can't be an actor, huh? Look at that picture we just saw, Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, wasn't Gary Cooper wonderful?
Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper. I'll bet if his name was Sam Cooper, you wouldn't be so excited. What does Gary Cooper do, anyway? The girl says to him, "Gary, do you love me? Will you take me away with you? Will you marry me?" And Gary just stands there and says, "Yep." Then the minister says, "Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?" And Gary says, "Yep." What a life. $25,000 a yep.
Oh, Mel, now stop showing off and stop dreaming about being an actor.
Well, an actor makes a lot of money. And I'll bet your father would have more respect for me if I had a lot of money.
But that's where you're wrong, darling. Just be yourself. Let Father respect you for your...
You see, I gotta have money.
Oh, no, Mel. No, you're all wrong. I know Father's beginning to like you, especially since you voted him into your lodge. In fact, he may even announce our engagement tonight.
Oh, Betty, what a feeling.
Isn't it wonderful, Mel?
Yeah. Like the time we had a strawberry soda and drank it with 2 straws.
Yeah.
And then we got reckless and threw 1 straw away. Well, here we are, Betty.
Yeah, here we are.
Gosh, it was a nice afternoon.
Yeah, sure was.
Well, thanks for walking me home, Betty.
Go on, Mel.
So long. Gosh, I think I missed my chance. When she puckered up her lips, I bet I could have kissed her. Gosh, Betty sure is nice. I can just see Betty and me married, sharing this fix-it-shop. How happy we'll be. Mr. and Mrs. Mel Blanc. Then in a year or 2, we'll have some little Blancs. A little boy Blanc and a little girl Blankhead.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Adams. What can I do for you?
Mel, I came over to ask you for a special favor. Will you mind my baby?
You mean little Julius here? Oh, gosh, Mrs. Adams, this is a fix-it shop. If there's something wrong with a baby, I'll gladly fix him.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, but I never took care of a baby before. Well, look. What if, suppose...
You mean he,
Yeah.
Well, that's what these are for.
Oh, fine. That's what I'll need. Bibs.
I'll be back in a few hours, Mel. Don't let anything happen to little Julius.
I won't. Oh, look, he likes me. He's opening his mouth.
Oh, he's putting his little hands around your neck.
Oh, tell him to stop squeezing.
Oh, Mel, he's only a year old.
That kid's a killer.
Well, I've got to go now. Take good care of Julius. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Adams. Gee, what a cute little baby. I love babies. They're almost human. Although this one looks a little silly. Oh, gee, he must have heard me. Oh, the baby's lonesome for company. Maybe he wants to talk to another baby. Here. Hold the monkey wrench in your hand. That's what you get for being nice to babies. Well, Julius, I have to put you down back here. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo,
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. I hope you don't mind me saying so, mighty potentate, but you look a little unhappy.
Well, I'm having a little domestic trouble, Mel.
The maid?
No, the maid's all right. I can't stand my wife. You know, I'd leave her in a minute. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, I think Betty and I are going to hit it off very well together, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, Betty's a fine girl. But I can only say what I say to every couple about to be married. Stop!
Oh, but Mr. Cushing, not my Betty.
Well, go ahead, Mel, but you'll learn that before marriage, everything's wonderful. You're happy. You're in clover.
And after the marriage?
Poison ivy. Well, Mel, I've got to be on my way now. Of course, you'll be at the lodge meeting tonight, won't you?
Oh, gosh, mighty potentate, I can't make it.
What? Every loyal zebra should be there, and especially you, inasmuch as it was your vote that got Mr. Colby into the lodge, and we're initiating him tonight.
But, Mr. Cushing, I can't go. I promised to mind Mrs. Adams' baby.
I don't care if you promised to mind Mrs. Adams. Now, you'll be there. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. But I still don't think I can be there.
No, you better be there if you know which side your ugga is buttered on.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm supposed to go to the lodge. I'm trying to mind Julius. Mr. Colby's going to announce my engagement. I wonder what Gary Cooper would say in a spot like this. I know. Yep.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, I've been told, can make a love affair grow cold. So don't let any breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, spoil your chance of romance. You'll be wise to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller and the Sportsman doing I Feel a Song Coming On.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new strain. Oh, I feel a song coming on. It's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through ya, love and glory, hallelujah, and now that my troubles are gone, let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on.
Well, Mel is still looking for someone to mind the baby so he can attend the initiation of his future father-in-law, Mr. Colby, at the lodge meeting tonight. Right now, he's exhausted his list of friends. We find him working on Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
But listen, Tommy, you're my friend, aren't you?
Look, Mel, when you mention friendship, you touch me deeply. When you mention old time's sake, you touch me deeply. Now, do you really want to touch me deeply?
Yeah.
Mention money.
That's a fine way to talk to your future brother-in-law.
Huh? You call that a future? Hey, Mel, look, here comes your helper, Zuki. Why don't you get him to mind the baby?
Hi, Mel. Zuki, I've been looking for you all day long. Where have you been?
Well, I was here today.
Never mind. Just stay here and take care of Mrs. Adams' baby. I'm going down to the lodge meeting. Come on, Tommy. So long, Zuki.
What happened? Oh, gosh, it's Julie. A baby. Oh, he's sleepy. I'll sing him a lullaby. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree. I better get down off this tree. What a nice baby. Go. Thanks. Gee, I like babies. They touch a soft spot in my... Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Zuki. Where's Mel?
Oh, he went to the lodge meeting a long time ago.
He did? Well, that's odd. I stopped at Doc Brown's house, and he'd left, too.
That's funny they left without me. I wonder why.
Well, if you want to ask my opinion, Mr. Colby.
Yes?
I haven't got any.
Well, frankly, I'm a bit hurt. I was going to tell Mel that he, perhaps could announce his engagement to Betty. And he didn't even wait for me.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Colby. I got to get back to the baby.
Yes, I was going to announce the engagement. Baby?
Yeah, I love babies. Especially when they're 1 mommy, 3 mommy, when they're 5 mommy, 17 years old.
Zuki, whose baby is that?
Well, you see, Mel,
Mel's baby? Mel's been two-timing Betty.
Mr. Colby, don't get upset.
No wonder he didn't wait for me to go to the meeting. Yes, he was afraid to face me.
You got Mel all
I'm going down there, boss. I'm going down there and break every bone in his body.
But. Oh, poor Mel. When Colby gets a hold of him, he'll tear him to pieces. He'll rip him up. He'll break every bone in his body. Is there a doctor in the house?
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the benevolent order of Loyal Zebras. The members will now rise and give the password.
Boo!
Brother Blank, we have finished saying the password.
Oh, I'm not saying the password. Brother Miller has the hiccups, and I'm trying to scare it out of him.
I see. And now Brother Ross will read the minutes of the last meeting.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, members, as you know, Brother Colby will be initiated tonight. That's why he was invited late. We will give him the husband and wife initiation, which we used on Doc Brown. Brother Blank, we call upon you to initiate Mr. Colby.
Me? Oh, I can't do it. Mr. Colby is just about to announce my engagement to his daughter. And if I give him the husband and wife initiation, he's liable to call the whole thing off.
Oh, Brother Blank, you've always bragged about being an actor. This is your chance.
Well, yeah. Say, that's a good idea. And besides, he's made my life plenty miserable. This is my chance to get even with him.
He's coming up the steps, and he's raving mad.
Uh-oh, give me that wig and that dress. I'm really going to give it to him.
Now, everybody out. Dim the lights, dim the lights. Go out there and make it good, Mel.
Okay.
Mel Blanc when I get my hands on. Oh, gosh, it's dark in here. Well, what's happening? Where is everybody? There's nobody here.
Nobody but little old me and big fat you.
Well, there's supposed to be a meeting of the zebras here. And...
Well, if you're looking for a zebra, you don't want me. I'll just run along.
Oh, no. No, don't do that. Stay a while. What's your name?
Lulabelle Feigenstein Holt.
Lulabelle, what a beautiful name.
Y'all can call me Miss Feigenstein Holt. Golly, I just get goosebumpy all over being all alone with a big, handsome man like you.
Did you say handsome?
That's what I said. I said handsome. Handsome, that is. northern boys are so strong. Do you all mind if I feel your muscles? My, you got real Yankee muscles. Way up north. All around your head. Mind if I call you Musclehead?
A girl like you can call me anything.
Oh, I'll bet if you ever took me in your arms, you could crush me to a pulp.
Lulabelle, if I ever took you all in my arms, I wouldn't waste time a crushing.
No? What would you do?
I'd kiss you.
Oh! Well, you can kiss me if you catch me.
Well, here I go. Oh!
There you went.
Lulabelle, you tripped me.
Oh, no, I didn't. I kicked you.
Now, come here, Lulabelle. I was just trying to show you some northern hospitality.
Well, you ain't going to get any southern comfort from me. Oh, well, pardon me. I got to leave the room a moment. You wait right here.
Here, Mel, change into these clothes quick. You're terrific. When Colby tried to kiss you, we thought we'd die.
Yeah, it made me sick, too.
Okay, go on in now. Here's the shotgun.
Yeah.
Is that you, Lulabelle? Well, come in.
Aha! You thought you'd get away, you all, huh? What? You've been a-trifling with the affections of my wife, Lulabelle Faggenspan Holes. Your wife? Oh, what a ghastly mistake. How dare you call my wife a ghastly mistake? I'm going to take this gun and blow your brains out.
Please, Mr. Faggenspan Holes. Don't shoot me. I'm a good citizen. I work hard. I support a family. I pay my taxes. And when election time comes around, I go to the polls and vote.
Oh, a Republican! That's a last straw. I'm going to fill you so full of holes, you're going to look like cream cheese.
Don't you mean Swiss cheese?
No, I changed my mind. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. So if you have anything further to say...
What do you mean I can't come in? I'm coming in anyway. Where's Mel Blanc? Zuki, I don't see Mel Blanc anywhere.
Oh, that's him over there, Mrs. Adams, with a gun in his hand.
What? You're Mel Blanc? Why, I'll tear you limb from limb.
Now, don't get excited, Musclehead. I mean, Mr. Colby.
I have never been so humiliated. Hey, what is this? What's going on around
We
here?
just initiated you, Brother Colby, and you passed with flying colors.
Well, anyway, Mel Blanc, I've got my own score to settle with you. You, the father of this child. Why, I'll annihilate you.
What? Mel, the father of this child? Julius, did you hear what that man said?
There you see, Mr. Colby?
Well, Mel, my boy, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. It's just been a big joke, that's all, huh?
Oh, maybe it's funny to you, but Mel Blanc, you left my child with Zuki all night, and now look what happened.
What?
Listen to Julius.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Fred Allen, fellows. When the war first started, the Army rounded up a lot of old actors and said, we want you hams to get some shows together. We're going to send you overseas to entertain the boys in service. Well, according to the good news we've been getting back home here recently, you fellas are going so fast, the actors can't possibly keep up with the troops. Now, you can't expect a lot of wind-broken old actors to keep up with you guys in jeeps. So I guess the only way I can overtake you boys is with a radio show. And that's what I have for you now. Our guest star is Orson Welles, who started out as a boy prodigy and lived up to it. We've got Benet Venuta, the famous Broadway singing star. We have Portland, the mighty Allen Art Players, and Al Goodman's orchestra. The program opens with Irving Berlin's hit song, This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
In a recent impartial test by Reader's Digest, ladies and gentlemen, one radio comedian was found to contain less corn than all other leading radio comedians combined. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Meatless Days start this week. I received my first invitation to a Meatless Day banquet today. The invitation says, come over next Tuesday. I have a bone to pick with you. P.T.
Pardon me, Fred, please. Pardon me.
Yes, Arthur?
I'm still worried about this announcing job. How am I doing?
Well, you're doing very well, Arthur. Why, you're booming those commercials out as though you were weaned on thunder, old boy. There's only one thing.
I have a shortcoming?
Well, there's one thing you don't seem to have grasped, Arthur. You know, on all of the comedy programs, the announcer is supposed to laugh at the comedian, you see. You haven't observed that,
You mean I have to laugh at you?
Well, yes, all of the announcers have to laugh. Did you hear the Bob Hope show by any chance last Tuesday night? You didn't hear that gag where Hope and Betty Davis were talking about famous movie stars, and Bob said, I'm a big name, and Betty said, and I know what it is, but let's be friends? Well, you should have heard Hope's announcer, Wendell Niles, get hysterical at that show.
No kidding.
Did you hear Jack Benny's show tonight? What that underpaid Don Wilson had to laugh at tonight. And go to Arizona to do it yet. Why, that one gag, did you hear when Benny said he sat on a cactus out there around Phoenix? And not Phoenix as Benny, but he sat on a... Benny said he sat on a cactus, and Mary said he had to take his trousers off with tweezers later in the afternoon. Well, Don Wilson laughed at that, Arthur.
Oh, poor Don.
How are you? Say, tell me, how are you on laughing? That's all I wanted to know, Arthur. You just keep laughing, and I'll turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Newspapers United Scrap Metal Committee starts a survey to determine which American city contributed the highest per capita quota to nationwide scrap drive. 5 New York boroughs check on their salvage drives completed during the past week. A man who refuses to give his name from Queens reports.
The tavern where I hang out donated its brass rail for the metal drive.
The brass rail. Has the loss of the brass rail bothered you any?
After 20 years, I find that my right leg is 6 inches shorter than my left.
A lady from Brooklyn reports.
I put my husband out front of the house. The metal drive took him away.
The metal drive took your husband?
Yeah, he had iron in his blood.
A gentleman from the Bowery says...
I give all the metal I had.
What business are you in, sir?
Well, lately I've been making a fair living hitting guys over the head with a piece of lead pipe.
And you,
I turned in me piece of lead pipe to the drive.
Good. And you're going straight now?
I ain't hitting guys with no metal no more.
Fine.
I'm using a rock.
Well, I'm sure you're leaving a good impression, and I think that cleans up. I think that cleans up the metal matters that we had in mind for this evening.
Would you think me rude if I intrude?
Not even if you had intruded sooner, I shouldn't have thought you would. Falstaff Openshaw.
The Tulsa Tennyson at your service.
You and the Muse have done it again, Falstaff.
Have you heard, said the mouse to the grouse, this is on the house?
No.
Believe me, buxom Julia, I wouldn't try to fool you.
No.
Put in your false teeth, mother, and leave me with a smile.
Now. Tonight it may surprise you to learn that we have briefly discussed the scrap drive, ever so briefly.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
Well, what is your salvage monstrosity called?
We've got to show our metal.
How does it go?
We've got to show our metal if we want to down the axis. We've got to give our tin and brass as well as paying taxes. Our pots and cans make guns and tanks. Old skates and streetcar rails, basins, bed springs also help. And bumpers, junk, and nails. Skid chains, bathtubs, kitchen sinks, kettles, tools, and bells. These and all your other scrap make bullets, bombs, and shells. Yes, we've got to show our metal, so make sure your scrap is sped out. If you haven't turned your salvage in, brother, get that lead out. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest, a charming lady, one of the stars in the hit show By Jupiter, meet Miss Benet Venuta. Welcome to our little psychopathic circle, Benet. What are you going to sing for us tonight?
I'd like to do my favorite song from the show, Everything I've Got Belongs to You.
Mr. Goodman, if you will.
I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with the knife I'm learning to do, and everything I've got belongs to you. I have a powerful anesthesia in my fist, and the perfect wrist to give your neck a twist. There are hammerlock holes, I've mastered a few, and everything I've got belongs to you. Share for share, share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witches curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two, and every everything I've got belongs to you. Don't stamp your foot at me, that's impolite. To stamp your foot at me is not quite right. All I discover is you're not so fine. I fear my lover is a swine. I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with the knife I'm learning to do, and everything I've got belongs to you. Therefore share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witch's curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two. And everything I've got belongs. Everything I've got belongs. Everything I've got belongs to you.
And now our guest tonight.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen, which do you like? Wogs, wags, or cogs?
Wogs, wags, or cogs for what?
Well, the Coast Guard is going to have a contest to find a name for its women's reserve.
Oh, well, how about a cross between co-ed and admirals? Co-ed, something like that. That'd be any good?
But I think Coastess would be better.
Coastess,
Now, if you could help me...
Oh, no, look, I can't worry about the Coast Guard girls now, Portland. I have trouble enough around here.
Well, who is your guest?
That is my trouble. My guest is my trouble tonight. I have a telegram here from Orson Welles. He's coming here this evening.
Orson Welles?
Well, that's the way I feel about it, too. What he wants to see me about...
That's Orson Welles!
Now, wait, Portland. Control yourself, please. Come in. Yes?
Is this the microphone Mr. Wells is going to use?
Well, yes.
Step aside, buddy. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max.
Just a minute, friend. What is this?
I'm Mr. Wells' personal chief technician.
Oh, you're here to check...
Right. This microphone may be all right for a schnook like you. Mr. Wells, it's got to be perfect. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's okay.
Fine. Now, if you're...
Wait a minute. What's these scratches on the microphone?
Well, I tell you, our announcer, Arthur Godfrey, has buck teeth, and he...
I hope Mr. Wells don't notice it.
Well, do you think I should spray the microphone with perfume?
Wouldn't hurt none, brother. And throw a little on yourself, too.
Orson Welles. Special technicians he has to go on the air. All the president needs is 2 logs and a Boy Scout.
I'm getting scared.
Oh, why?
Well, maybe Mr. Wells is coming here to get even with you.
Even for what? I had nothing to do with Citizen Kane.
Orson Welles!
Portland, quiet, please. Come in.
Excuse me, I can't see a minute. Hello out there. Hello out there. Hello out there.
Look,
quiet,
brother.
please. Hello out there.
What is this?
I am Mr. Wells' personal acoustical diagnostician.
Oh, I didn't...
I'm testing the acoustics.
Oh, you're testing the acoustics
Yes,
in
if
here?
Mr. Wells doesn't like the acoustics in here, you may have to tear down part of the studio.
Tear the whole...
Yes. Goodbye out there.
We should wreck the building for Mr. Wells yet. Now, stop trembling, Portland.
I'm scared. Maybe Mr. Wells is going to beat you up for those jokes you told about him.
Beat who up? I have never seen a genius yet with muscles. Now... If Mr. Wells thinks that he's going to... Oh, now what?
Let me see.
Now, wait, just please. What is with this snipping, mister? Who are you?
I'm Mr. Wells' personal physician. Yes.
But what? I'm checking the air in here to see if it's fit for Mr. Wells to breathe.
Oh, yes.
Well, everybody else in here is breathing the air.
Mr. Wells is a great artist. He's a very sensitive man.
Oh, sensitive?
Yes.
Well, he was on Jack Benny's program last spring, wasn't he? And if he can stand that, he can stand anything.
That's the wrong information, sir. Mr. Wells had a cold that night. Goodbye.
Mr. Wells sure doesn't take any chances, does he?
Boy, I wish I knew what he wanted to see me about. I'm getting nervous myself now, hanging around here, all these people. Hey, now, wait a minute,
Beat
you
it, Bud.
fellas.
Mr. Wells is stepping out of his car. Roll that red plush up to the microphone, boys. Mr. Wells is entering the building. Hit those spotlights, light that incense. Mr. Wells is here. The fanfare, Sam, presenting Mr. Orson Welles.
Well, good evening, Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. 1, 2, 3. Woof, woof. Hello, Mac.
The microphone has been tested, Mr. Wells.
Good. Hello out there. Hello out there.
The acoustics have been checked, Mr. Wells.
Good.
The air has been improved.
Very good. I'm a busy man.
Well, I know.
I'm very happy to be here on the Philip Morris program this evening.
That was Friday night.
Oh, yes. What night is this?
Sunday.
Oh, yes.
This is the Texaco Star Theater. My name is Allen.
Fred Allen?
Yes.
How do you do, Mr. Allen?
Mr. Wells, I'm thrilled.
Naturally. I'll come to the point, Mr. Allen. Last year on your program, you said several derogatory things about me.
Oh, I say, you haven't met Portland yet, have you, Mr. Wells? She's dying to meet you. Portland?
Yes?
Portland, this is Orson Welles.
Hello, Portland. What's the matter with that child? Is that a shriek?
No, it wasn't a shriek. She has asthma. It's pitched a little high.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Allen. About those derogatory remarks.
Well, I don't...
You remember what you said about my home in Hollywood?
No, I don't recall.
Perhaps I can refresh your memory. You were talking about those trick doorbells they have out in Hollywood.
Oh, those fancy chimes effect.
Yes. You said when a person rang my doorbell, 16 peacocks flew out of the transom, 21 guns went off in a salute, and I came out of 4 doors simultaneously. At that time, you were discussing Hollywood Victory Gardens. What was it you said?
Well, I just said that all you did was go out to your backyard, point to the ground, and say, grow, and 14 acres of corn sprang up. I'm sorry.
Well, that was last year. I'm here to speak to you about this year.
Mr. Wells, believe me, I haven't made a single crack about you this year.
What's the matter, Fred? Don't you like me anymore?
You're not mad, Orson?
Not at all, Fred. I enjoy a good laugh. As well as anybody.
Well, Orson...
We're all alone.
This is a great surprise to me.
Why, Fred?
Well, I always pictured you as a man from another planet. A genius, a legend in the making. And here you are, joking and laughing with little old egg-laying me.
Fred, I wish somebody would do something about this Superman myth the public has swallowed about me. It's embarrassing. After all, I'm just an ordinary guy. I'm paid.
Well, I know. You're paid to say that. Thank you. I know, Orson, but your early life has been shrouded in mystery. Now, if people were only told something about your childhood...
Well, what's there to tell, Fred? I was born in Chicago. Like any other kid, I went through grammar school. Age of 5, I entered Northwestern University.
At 5, you entered college?
As a sophomore, I skipped the freshman year. My college days were uneventful. I majored in Esperanto. I belonged to the Glee Club, and at fight nights I used to sing duets with myself.
You sang duets all alone?
Yes. I forgot to mention it. Until I was 12, I had 2 heads.
2 heads?
I was like thousands of other kiddies running around Chicago in those days.
Well, I got out of college at 7. Magna cum laude. I hung around Einstein a while, and we tiffed one day over a bit of calculus, and I rejected Einstein's theory and went into the theater.
And the rest, of course, is history.
Oh, it's been nothing, Fred. I've had a little success in theater, radio, and pictures. Does that mean I'm a genius? I wear the same clothes as other men. I eat the same food. Like any ordinary guy who works hard, my feet hurt at the end of the day.
Well, no wonder. Trying to squeeze 14 toes in an ordinary pair of shoes. But tell me, Orson, are you back from Hollywood to do a play?
No, Fred. I'm going back into radio for the Lockheed Company. That's really why I wanted to talk to you tonight.
Oh, about your new program?
Yes, I want you to appear with me in my first play.
Me? Awesome. Gad, this is an honor, man. What is your... What is your first play?
We'll do Victor Hugo's great story, Les Miserables. You will co-star with me.
Just you and I do the entire play?
Yes, it will be 50-50. I'll play Jean Valjean.
And I?
You will play the French detective Javert.
Javert, eh? Je suis the law.
Oh, you speak French, Fred?
Just enough to get out of Rumpelmayer's, Orson. Just enough to get out.
Well, that'll help a lot. Now, if we can rehearse a minute, we'll run over the play here before I go.
All right. We'll present our co-starring epic Les Miserables immediately following a short selection by Mr. Goodman. Allen and Wells. Gosh.
Or, Wells and Allen.
Gentlemen, Mr. Wells and I present our dramatic highlight of the evening. Are you ready, Orson?
Yes, Fred, you have your part.
Yes, frankly, I must confess I'm a little nervous.
You'll be all right, Fred. You're with me in every scene.
We're co-stars.
Oh, yes, everything's 50-50.
Well, how does the play start?
I do the narration.
Oh,
Fred.
I see.
Les Miserables, Victor Hugo's immortal story of a soul transfigured and redeemed through suffering. This is an Orson Welles production.
Radio version of Les Miserables prepared by...
Orson Welles.
Directed by...
Orson Welles.
Starring...
Orson Welles. During Orson Welles' presentation of Les Miserables, Mr. Welles will be assisted by that sterling dramatic actor of stage, screen, and radio.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it. Wait a minute.
Something wrong, Fred?
Well, all I've heard so far is Orson Welles. Now, after all, if I am co-starring with you, at least my name should be mentioned here.
Well, I announced you, Fred. The music cut in too quickly.
Well, now watch that, Mr. Goodman. You're over-anxious tonight. I'm in this play, too, don't forget. I happen to be the co-star tonight.
I wish you wouldn't be so impulsive, Fred. Les Miserables is the story of two men. Jean Valjean, the hunted convict, and Javert, the merciless detective.
I'm Javert, and you are Jean Valjean.
That's right. Each character is equally important to the story. It's 50-50.
50-50. All right, let's
Now, the
go.
first scene is a dingy garret in the slums of Paris. As the story opens, I am hiding out. I think I've escaped you. As we first see Jean Valjean, he is soliloquizing. At last, Jean Valjean, you are safe. There is no cause to fear. The Javert who has hounded you so long. Javert, your nemesis, that merciless bloodhound, always in pursuit of you, is finally thrown off the track, completely baffled. Oh, hark. A sound upon the stairs. Footsteps. Those same plodding footsteps. Javert. What has he done? Ah, this window. Jean Valjean will never be taken. Goodbye, Javert!
Wait a minute. Oh, no. Listen, after all. Wait a minute now.
Later, Fred, later. We start the second scene now.
We? Never mind the second scene. What about that first scene?
It was 50-50.
But you took both 50s in the...
That's ridiculous, Fred. What stole the entire scene?
Well, what?
Well, it was that knock on the door. And who knocked on that door? Javert.
Javert. I play Javert.
You motivate the entire story.
Well, I didn't...
If you hadn't knocked at the door, I'd still be in that garret. We'd have no play.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yes, in the second scene, you dominate the whole thing. I'm just a foil.
Oh, a foil. Well, that sounds good. What is the second scene?
It's years later. This time, you, Javert, have me trapped. Cosette Faubantou, a demi-monde, is concealing me in the back room of a bistro. I, Jean Valjean, am pacing up and down.
Jean, will you stop pacing? Toujours up and down.
This is the end, Cosette. Me farewell to freedom. Instead of liberty waits the galley crew, the iron collar, the chain at his feet, fatigue, the dungeon, the plank bed, all the horrors I know so well. To submit morning and evening to the hammer of the roundsman who tests the fetters. Time is short. The net is tightening. Aha! Javert!
Quick, Jean Valjean, through this trapdoor.
Merci, Cosette. Jean Valjean will never be taken again. Au revoir, Javert!
Look, no, you're over. Hold it now. You're overdoing it.
Fred. Fred, you were magnificent. You stole that scene right from out from under my nose.
I stole the scene again?
Yes, that's suspense, man.
With suspense, all
I've seen Javert played 100 times. The Theater Guild, the Grand Guignol. Eddie Dowling has played Javert. But I've never heard a Javert get the tone out of that police whistle that you got tonight.
Now, look, Orson, I don't want to hog the whole thing, but in 2 acts, all I've done so far is knock on a door and blow a whistle. Now, after all, I'm an actor. I'm not a sound man. When do I get to read some lines?
The next scene is all yours, Fred.
Oh, good.
Your speech is the climax of the entire play.
Well, now we're getting someplace. What's next?
On this final scene, you trail me through the sewers of Paris.
Oh, the sewers.
You finally corner me single-handed, and now we stand face to face. I have just a few words, and then you speak.
I speak. Well, that sounds good. Let's go.
Mondu, alone in the sewer. Wrapped like a rat, who nightly crawls through the hideous muck of the city. The gloomy darkness, this narrow archway above my head, these 2 slimy corridor walls. But hark, that sloshing through the muck. Javert! At last you cornered me, Javert. Don't talk, Javert! Before you seal my doom, I would speak for the last time. You will never take Jean Valjean alive, Javert. The water in the sewer is rising, Javert. I am 6'9". You, Javert, are 5'2". The water rises, Javert. There is no turning back. The water, higher, higher. Now, Javert, you have Jean Valjean at your mercy. Pronounce my doom. Speak, Javert. Speak.
Well, I guess that concludes our meeting for this time, boys. I hope you liked the program, and I hope you'll be hearing from me again real soon. This is Fred Allen saying goodbye and good luck.
This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.